Okay, we're going to get started. Today is Tuesday, October 24th, 2023. We are here at the City Council work session. I'm calling this meeting to order, and notice is hereby given to the members of the City Council and to the general public that at this work session, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for discussion and consultation with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Aslan.
Here.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy. Councilmember Sweet.
Here. Thank you. Councilmember House, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
It would be my honor, Mayor. Please stand if you're able.
Vice Mayor, our mission statement.
The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
And Councilmember Sweet, our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by Native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place is home.
Thank you. All right, moving down to public participation. This enables the public to address the council about items that are not on the prepared agenda this evening. Public participation appears on the agenda twice, at the beginning and at the end. You may speak at one or the other, but not both. Anyone wishing to comment at the meeting is asked to fill out a speaker card, which is located in the back, and submit it to the recording clerk. When the item comes up on the agenda, your name will be called, but that's, we're doing public participation right now. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and there is a timer clock right here. And our first speaker is Jeremy DeGator.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Jeremy DeGator, Capital Improvements Project Manager. I'm here to help introduce a couple of changes on the Rio de Flag flood control project. We have our outgoing project manager, Paul Underwood, who has been promoted to the LA District Engineering Chief, so we congratulate him on his promotion. And I'm happy to welcome Brandon Colvin to the team as our new project manager for the Army Corps of Engineers, and I'll let them give a brief introduction.
Thank you, Jeremy. Just wanted to say that I've been working with the city for quite a while, and just watching the city staff, their consultants pull together with us to get the Rio de Flag project going has been not just an honor, but just fun, and just trying to make this thing happen. And we just released our the final technical review submittal about 3 weeks ago, and that is the tentpole event that we're going to be moving towards being able to advertise and award the stage 1 construction. So we're really excited about that. I'm still going to be pulling for this project just from a different seat on the bus. And just wanted to introduce Brandon Colvin. Really excited that Brandon's been the one chosen to take over this. He's going to do a great job. So Brandon, you want to just say hi?
Thank you. Hello, Mayor, council members. Yeah, I'm really excited to now be stepping in this role on behalf of Paul and the Corps of Engineers to manage the Rio de Flag project. I've got a lot of history in Arizona. Actually really excited to be a part of a project here in Flagstaff. A lot of roots in this state. Haven't really been able to work a project yet here in Flagstaff, so I'm excited to be a part of it. I am a big believer in getting to yes and developing solutions using building projects using bold solutions. That's a big factor of what we do with the Corps of Engineers. So I'm really anxious to apply that here on this project. If there's anything that we can do with the Corps of Engineers to support the community, we're absolutely going to do it. Just really excited to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for all of your service and your work with us and your help getting to yes. And welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeremy. All right, next up we have Montserrat Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Mayor Daggett and council members. I'm Montserrat Rodriguez. I'm a junior at Coconino High School, and I'm a part of the Coconino Anti-Tobacco Students Club, otherwise known as CATS. Back in 2019, this council passed the T21 ordinance. I'm reaching out to ask about implementing subtype of licensing into the ordinance. The T21 ordinance adopted in 2019 required a license, and we want to stress the importance of maintaining a license as a part of the ordinance. The main reason why we want to stress licensing is because we know it's been proven to protect youth. Evidence shows that tobacco retailer licensing laws can help reduce sales to underage youth. For example, across 33 California communities, sales to underage youth dropped by an average of 26% after the implementation of a strong tobacco retailer licensing law. Another study that was conducted in Minnesota discovered that daily smoking among young adolescents dropped by 28% in 14 communities, plus successful underage youth purchases dropped from 39% to 5% after implementing comprehensive tobacco retailer licensing ordinances. In addition, local tobacco retailer licensing laws can also help prevent possible youth tobacco use for both cigarettes and e-cigarettes. In California localities that had a strong tobacco retailer licensing, youth were 33% less likely to have started cigarette use and 26% less likely to initiate e-cigarette use over the course of 1.5 years compared to localities that didn't have a licensing law or a licensing fee high enough to cover the cost of enforcement. Licensing is essential in protecting our peers and larger community from the targeted pressure from the tobacco industry. Without licensing, the T21 ordinance will be useless in protecting youth from being able to easily access tobacco products. I hope that the idea of including licensing into the ordinance will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Sydney Henley.
Good afternoon, council members and Mayor Daggett. My name is Sydney Henley, and I'm with the Club CATS at Coconino High School. I'm here to emphasize keeping licensing as part of the T21 ordinance. As of right now, Coconino County has the highest failure rate of tobacco retailers in the state. It's almost double than average, even with our youth under 18. This means that stores sell tobacco in Coconino County and Flagstaff are selling tobacco to minors, children under 18, at an alarming rate. Without a penalty that goes beyond a fine, such as the potential to lose a license to sell nicotine products, retailers will continue to break the law. Retailers are not discouraged by small fines for selling products to underage youth. But if their licensing is up for contention, they are more likely to follow the law and ordinance because there's an actual weight to this consequence. Licensing also helps combat health disparities. If we require licensing, we are able to map retailers to see if there are disparities in the density of retailers near schools and overall greater retail density in the varying demographic areas, such as impoverished neighborhoods. We know several council members brought up the point that licensing and enforcement is an underfunded mandate, but most tobacco retail licenses include a yearly fee. According to the AZTES mapper, approximately 145 retailers operate in Flagstaff. If each of these retailers pay a $1,000 yearly licensing fee, that's $145,000 to run a licensing program. So this will be a self-funded mandate. For all these reasons, I hope you keep the licensing in the ordinance. Thank you for your time and have a nice day.
Thank you. Duffy Westheimer.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. This is Duffy Westheimer, and I came at your last meeting to speak, but I had to work, and I didn't know you started meetings at 3, which I don't know if most people know. I did not know. So by the time I got here, I couldn't speak to what I wanted to say, so here I am today. And what you were talking about the parks, and what I would like to point out is that Flagstaff has not had a new park since I think the 1980s, and I think that we have maybe tripled in population. I am surrounded by parks because I live near Thorpe Park. We have the playground, the adult center, the pond, the ball field, 3 sets of ball fields. We have Wheeler Park, we have the City Hall parking lot. We don't have enough parkland for everything that's going on in Flagstaff, so I would like to request that you add to our zoning code that all new developments add meaningful parks that can be used by everyone, because what's happening is that people move here, they do new developments, there are all these new residents, and they want what they want, and that's happening, but we don't have the space, the time to provide it for everybody. So these parks like Bushmaster and Thorpe have to absorb it all, and we are overwhelmed. And I fully support the people at Bushmaster and their concerns about having more loud park events by their homes. So my request is that you take a serious look at adding to the zoning code that all new developments have to add meaningful parks going forward, because we just don't have enough. We should never lose parkland. We just can't buy it back. So our only option is to get it from the developers. That's what I want. Oh, and I support these young people. I worked on Smoke-Free Arizona many years ago. Right on, kids. Yes.
Thank you. Jill Stevenson.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. First of all, I want to say I also appreciate these young people coming forth and expressing their concerns, backed up by research, and I hope you pay good attention to them. They're our future. First, I have 2 suggestions. After being at Farmers Market all summer, I've become aware of the need for bike racks near the entrance to the market. Currently, bicycles are locking themselves up to the railings, which is fine, but they run out of room. And I think bike racks would be a real help. Anything we can do to facilitate bike riding and walking, of course, in our transition away from fossil fuels is vital. Also, same location, the trash recycle container between Rio de Flag and Wheeler Park is often overflowing by 9 o'clock on Sunday mornings. So I think, additional containers would be a real help. A lot of people buy breakfast or lunch or snacks at the market, and we see a lot of trash just being thrown on the ground around the containers there because there's not room. Okay. On the subject of NIH, I find it difficult to understand how the council views this hospital proposal just like any other development proposal. A healthcare system plays an extremely important part in the overall structure of the community. A wise move on the council's part would have been to pause the rezoning decision, as Vice Mayor Asland urged, for further study on the impact of NIH's proposal on the health of the whole community. If the city is truly aiming for the stated goal of carbon neutrality by 2030, any development should be judged on its carbon footprint. Any decision the city council and staff make should be weighed against its effect on the climate. These decisions are vital to the health of us all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Charlie Silver.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Charlie Silver. And I'd like to make a comment about public comment, or perhaps more appropriately directed to public hearings on agendized items. Public hearing input at the end, after staff presentation, after the applicant's presentation, would go a long way, as this would give the public the chance to correct or provide perhaps rebuttals to perhaps unclear information that was already provided by previous speakers. The public gets 3 minutes, and we've got to pack it in. Also, those comments can be, public comments, again, can be tailored, can be used to address inaccuracies, misinformation, inadvertently or advertently, whatever the case may be, to correct information like that after all of those previous presentations, after all those previous presentations have already been done. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving down to item number 5, October work anniversaries and retirement.
Try this again. There we go. Mayor and Council, I'm Joanne Keene, Deputy City Manager, and I'm filling in today for Shannon Anderson, who had another commitment she had to tend to. So today I'm covering our October employee work anniversaries. We have a couple of slides on our 1-year anniversaries and a couple of 15-year anniversaries, a 20-year anniversary, and a very special retirement. So I'll start with the first-year anniversaries. I'm not going to go through all of the names and read through, but just give a second or two to read the names of all these individuals who have been here with us at the City of Flagstaff for 1 year. And here's the second slide. Several names that you recognize, including our city engineer is on here, who you'll hear from shortly. Celebrating a 15-year anniversary is Terry McCormick, who is a public works supervisor in solid waste. Congratulations, Terry. Cindy Perger, who is a HR analyst, and congratulations to Cindy. Eric Carlson is celebrating a 20-year anniversary. Eric is a police officer with the city. And last but not least, I'd like to recognize Matt Fall. And to read this slide and introduce Matt, I'd like to turn it over to Tyrone Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Tyrone Johnson. I'm the Recreation Manager for the Pros Division with the City of Flagstaff, and it's my honor to come up and read this slide on a colleague whom I've known all my working career and just appreciate everything he's done. So, for Matt, congratulations on your retirement. If asked to provide one single word to describe Matt Fall, the first word that comes to mind is passion. Matt exudes a passion for all things recreation that has cultivated a 30-year career with the City of Flagstaff. Many of Matt's colleagues are here today to wish him the very best on his upcoming retirement on November 3rd, 2023, after an illustrious career in recreation. We would love to hear from Matt himself today, inviting him up to the podium for a few words. The man, the myth, the legend, Matt Fall.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, my name is Matt Fall. It's my distinct honor and privilege to come to an end of a 30-year career with the City of Flagstaff. I've been blessed to work with and for some of the best people that this community has to offer. I think my first meeting I attended was Mayor Bavasi. My last will be Mayor Daggett, so this is quite a span that we've covered. Your current leadership is the best that I've seen. I've seen them come and I've seen them go, and we've got a crew right now that are going to do really good things for the people in our community, and I'm just really lucky and happy to have been a part of it for so long. My last day will be the 3rd, and I'll think fondly of all of you forevermore. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, Mayor and Council, a great way to start the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, that was quick. I love how enthusiastic Pros always is. Okay, moving down to the city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This will also be quick, although we have 4 updates to give you from some of our divisions, including Pros. I want to say I attended a barbecue with Pros, recognizing their employees and just having some fun out at Fort Tuthill this last week. And I saw that same enthusiasm you were referencing. It was great to be a part of that. I think you'll hopefully hear more about that in a bit. I want to point out, it's a short report. We'll get these back in order before too long, but I did call out one thing with our Communication and Civic Engagement Division, CCE, which is a new product that is now on our website homepage, and it's a new calendar, and you have a snippet in front of you in the manager's report that shows you what that looks like. Just an easy one-click access to find out what's going on with the city. So big props to the Communication and Civic Engagement team for putting this together, and give that a test drive sometime, the calendar on the website. We unveiled today's Tuesday, yesterday, an update regarding human resources leadership, and there's much to come on this. Stay tuned. But right now, at this time, we are in the process of pursuing an outside interim director. We are working with one of our contractors to provide some names, and we'll make a decision here in short order. In the meantime, I want to give some props to Shannon Anderson for stepping up, as she always does, and also to Joanne Keene. There's just been a lot of efforts and ongoing pursuits to try to fill what is a very large void in our leadership in HR, and that's going to be even a bigger void as we're seeing an upcoming retirement in December with one of our managers there. Other changes are in the works, including the formation and utilization of an internal team to help oversee the many projects and programs related to classification and compensation. So wheels are in motion here. Stay tuned on this, and we'll keep you apprised, but we're on our way. I think that's it on my end. We have 4 updates here, and we can start with Heidi Hansen with Economic Vitality, and then we want to hear from Pros Sustainability, and we'll cap it off with capital projects. I do want to preface our presentation on capital projects will continue to be more, and they're always interesting, but with all the many projects going on, these updates are going to be loaded with great information for you and for our citizenry. So, Heidi?
Thanks, Greg. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. Happy to share some of our highlights from September, and of course, we're already working through October. Many people are asking again about our airport concessionaire. Since our cafe had exited, we actually had an unsuccessful procurement, not because of our procurement program, or section rather, just because we just did not get enough people that inquired. So we've decided to pull back, and we are revising that scope of work, and then we are going back out for RFP. As soon as we do, we'll let all of you know, as well as the city manager, because we do want to get somebody in there quickly, especially because of the holidays. As far as advertising for the airport, we'll be coming back before you talking about the advertising policy. When I talk about advertising at the airport, I'm talking about what we do externally to get people to fly Flagstaff. So I'm not talking about terminal advertising. But we've been doing a lot of things to get the holidays ready and to ask people to continue to fly Flagstaff first and to think of us during the holidays. The airport parking is going very well. I will say the last time I said that, Councilmember House reminded me that she got stuck in the parking lot, so I apologize about that, and hopefully that is never, ever going to happen to you again. We had a lightning strike, I just want to say. The parking system is going well from what I can tell, and we are continuing to work with our vendor. Wiseman Aviation did get their ladder, and as you can see, there's a nice picture of how it works with a bigger plane, so thank you to Wiseman. We will be celebrating the 71st anniversary at the end of November. We've asked all of you to come, and Mayor, we definitely need you there because you'll be speaking. Our employment numbers are fine. For having only one airline, we're doing fine. We're actually beating 2020, which we all know was not great, but before COVID hit, it was going very well. Going into the airport, we actually had a little kitty that decided it wanted to become part of the airport, and it got to the point where we were asking TSA to stop feeding it. We were afraid that it would literally get hit by a plane. So now we have found a home for a kitty, and all is well. But it was fun for a while. It would just come in and make the patrons feel relaxed before their flight. Community investment has tons of projects going on with beautification, arts, and science, and one that you all agreed to quite a while ago was the mural that was representing Cosmic Ray. And so, as you can see, it's beautiful, it's completed, and we're happy that it's in place now. We also have some work that we're still doing with the Coconino squirrel at the airport. We had to take out the medallions, honestly, too small, and we are getting that revised. And so pretty soon you're going to see 21 medallions installed the right way. And once that's finished, we'll have you come out and see it all. Again, flowers, we're still up in downtown. We're now transitioning to smaller trees, and we're going to be doing holiday lighting. We have a call to artists for the Indigenous representation at the county park. We had received 14 proposals, so we'll continue to keep you updated on that. We have the applicants were notified for the Murdoch Southside Park art that Jen is working on, and then of course we're also working on Rio de Flag art. So basically large projects that are coming around with our capitals and engineering and our community development, they're letting our beautification team know about it, and if there's a chance to put artwork or something, we are engaging with the whole team. Sorry for all the scrolling, but there, as you can tell, there's always a lot going on, but I'm trying to hit the highlights. Part Flag, the license plate reader that you agreed to quite a while ago, is going to be put into place. This license plate reader is going to help us just do better tracking of the vehicles. The whole point is not to basically cite people so much as to be an ambassador, but it helps us turn cars so that the businesses actually get people in and out more often. So that license plate reader is going to be very helpful. You agreed to these electric vehicles, I believe, last week, and we are going to be a recipient of one of them. Part Flag will, so we will have 2 electric vehicles now to be doing our work in downtown. Parking statistics show that we are up 5% over 2022. As far as business attraction, a lot of it's confidential because we are not supposed to talk about it until they have signed a deal, but we do have a few things to talk about. We do have an exotic car manufacturer. I don't know exactly what that means, but they're looking at coming to Flagstaff with 25 new jobs. If that does happen, you'll be the first to know. We are continuing to work with our business one-stop shop that started with the last council, and we have a website that has been created. We also have, as you can see, this logo, and we continue to work with our partners in community development to adapt that one-stop shop. When it gets completed, we will be coming back and we will show you the completion, and we'll show how to navigate through it as though you were a developer or what have you. Upcoming events, if you haven't signed up, might not be too late. I do not know. Don't mark my words. But the AAD conference, the Arizona Association for Economic Development Forum, is happening in Flagstaff, which is great. And so it's at Little America. And if you could join us at the latter part of the week, City of Flagstaff is a host on Wednesday night. And then we're actually, of course, part of it. Jack Fitchett has helped put this together. Business retention expansion, we actually have gone through doing the business incentive program. We have a review team that are looking at applications, and they're determining awards for those incentives. And so again, we'll come back before you to share that with you. Again, sorry for the scrolling. This is a big one, and I apologize right now to Linda Tilson, our airport director. I forgot to get the photo on here, but our staff person, Jessica Archer, she is our Pals Mobile librarian. She has been selected to receive the Arizona Library Association Outreach Services Award. I'm going to read this. This award is for providing exemplary library outreach services to unserved, underserved, or minority populations. Recipients of this award must demonstrate notable and outstanding performance in producing, developing, and promoting programs, services, collections, and reading activities for the unserved, underserved, or minority populations of their community. Pretty big deal. So if you have time, I would love it if you'd reach out to Jessica Archer and congratulate her on this outstanding award. It really shows that we have some amazing staff doing great things. I'd also like to thank Lauren Clementino for stepping in. She is right now the interim deputy library director for county services, as well as Scarza has left the state with his family. Some statistics: door count, Wi-Fi use, number of programs, and program attendance are all up, which is important. Thank you to Mayor Daggett, Councilmember Sweet, I believe Councilmember Harris, I think Councilmember House, can't remember all of you, but most of you were able to come out and join us. It was during the morning to help us with the ribbon cutting for the ADA library entrance. And I will tell you, great project. And again, hats off to Jeremy DeGator on his great work with this project. Also, we did paint night for Hispanic Heritage Month, and as you can see, the room was full. We did Peace Day. We have youth service programs that have put in that are in full swing for the fall semester. And again, you just see the wealth of activity with these pictures that happen at the library. We have a kids cafe, and when I read this, I was just hoping that Rebecca knew about it because they have resumed their kids cafe meal service through the St. Mary's Food Bank, and they distribute 23 meals. And the reason why we like to normally coordinate with pros is because they have some of this. So hope it's okay, Rebecca. All right, good. And library card sign-up month, we had 650 new library card sign-ups. So that's a lot. It's a lot of activity at the library. Tuba City had a health fair, and we had our staff go out there and help with that at the public library. And then going into tourism, last but not least, metrics are holding strong. We just had a little bit, I'm talking very small dip in occupancy, RevPAR, and ADR. But these numbers are outstanding. If you ever have a question, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. We did all things leafometer so that anybody that wanted to come up and look at the leaves, they could go to our website and they could see where are they at any time so they could make the trip. Sometimes they just call us over at the visitor center and we tell them where the best place is to leaf peep, and so we had a lot of that going on. We had 14 print and 76 digital articles, 4 procured stories, and 6 media assist all in this month, which is huge. And as you can see as I scroll through here, these are stories that are actually in these magazines. We have Lori Pappas, our marketing media relations manager. She's hosting media that actually come up here and they talk about the leafometer. They've actually put the leafometer on their own Channel 12, Channel 10 stations. Sedona's using our leafometer. I mean, it's pretty impressive. Our film had 3 permits that were issued, which means there's a lot more activity, Councilmember Aslan, on film. And I can go through a lot more of this. The trail passport had an 8% increase. People are asking to look at where the best trails are. We're not ruining the trails for the people that live here, contrary to what some people believe. We're asking people to use the trails responsibly, is what we're really doing. And then basically at the end here, I wanted to share that we had a Visit USA Austria fam tour here, which is pretty exciting. International is coming back. Our meetings are phenomenal. We did only send out 1 lead, which was about a $23,000 economic impact, but I will tell you, we have 19 other leads in our back pocket. Walk-ins and retail are doing well at the visitor center. I really can't thank that staff enough for what they do day in and day out. And last but not least, our amazing creative services team, as you can tell, are just doing things for everybody in the city as well as for our regular program. We just did a regenerative video that you will see if you come to our annual luncheon on November 1st. If not, you can click on this, but I would hope you wait. But anyway, it's more exciting. And then I will tell you, we are on holiday marketing prep right now. So these are some of the fun ads that are going to go out on Winter Wonderland and getting people excited about all things that you can do when you come to Flagstaff. And again, if you haven't signed up for the annual event, I hope that you will join us. It's going to be a good one. That's all I have. You have any questions for me?
I have something to tell you.
Awesome.
I parked at the airport when I flew out to the International Downtown Association Conference, and I have never had an easier time navigating that parking lot.
I know.
I found a parking space, and I thought it was reasonably priced, and
Thank
so
you.
congrats.
Appreciate that, Mayor. Appreciate any time that you can fly Flagstaff, and appreciate the feedback. Unfortunately, Councilmember House was there when we first started, and we didn't have actually backup software. Who knew there was going to be a lightning strike? I mean, so anyway, but she handled it just fine. And luckily, I asked her when she called me, I'm like, please tell me you don't have anywhere you're supposed to be like in a few minutes, because it's going to take us a second. But I think we're in good shape now. We have all of the backup and all that. So appreciate your support for the airport greatly.
Councilmember Harris.
I always fly out of Flagstaff. What is an exotic car manufacturer? Can you give me an example?
I don't believe that Jack's on, and Jack would probably not tell me exactly who it is because it would give it away. But I think it's basically more of a luxury type of vehicle. It's probably one that would be, I'll be honest with you, quite expensive and not something that we're going to see everybody driving around. But what they've realized with our demographic and with the median income, we probably could support it.
Anyone else? Councilmember House.
First of all, I will just say...
Have you forgiven us? All right.
Absolutely forgiven, yes. It was a one-time fluke. It has been smooth ever since then. I parked there numerous times, and every single time it's been super, super smooth. So, and really appreciate, I wanted to just shout out the team that helped with that, because it was yourself, Sean, several people at the airport were helpful. They couldn't directly do anything, but they were all very helpful in directing me to kiosks, letting me know where phone numbers were, trying to find somebody that could help at it was just a really weird time. So I was there for a couple of hours, but not at the fault of any of our team, who were all just wonderful in that. But I did have a question for you, Heidi, just following up on the, I know you guys were doing a lot of work on the request for signage for the Green Book Tour, and I didn't know if there was any update on that.
I do not have an update on that, but I will ask Trace Ward to get me an update, and I'll make sure I send that to all of you. I know that they were working on it, but I don't have it right now in front of me. I apologize. Yep, I'll make sure I get back to you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Heidi. I think we'll go to pros next, because Rebecca is behind me. So, Rebecca.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Rebecca Sayers, the pros director. That is Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and Events, in case you forgot. We had a great September. This picture that you see here is the culmination of a project that we've been working on a couple of years. It was grant funded, one of our first grants in many years. We were able to improve the surface of the Nate Avery Trail at Buffalo Park, and we invited out members of the Adaptive Mountain Bike Association, as well as members of our Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living. And you can see here the chairperson of that commission enjoying some time with our parks staff that worked on that project directly. It was a really special moment to see others of differing abilities using the trails. She went out as far as she had time to that day. This is Rachel. And she also got in there and demonstrated the use of some of our universal fitness equipment that has also been installed. So if you've done that loop, you know that there are 18 fitness stations around it. With this grant, we were able to replace 6 of those stations with universal equipment and more to come. We also toured the state parks team that helped fund the grant, and they were super excited and gave us several ideas for additional grants to request. So that was nice to see. Our very popular trail counters are, we're still reporting on these monthly. Statistics that I provided to, as City Manager Clifton mentioned, we had a barbecue for our full-time staff last week. And one of the things that I quizzed them on was how many miles how many ticks did we get on the trail counters in the last 12 months, basically. I would ask you the same if you have any guesses. 10,000 was a guess. Anyone else? 10,001, you're the winner, because it was over 700,000 in the last 12 months. So our foots trails and our trails out at our open space areas are very, very popular. It just shows the importance of these sites to our community and to our visitors. We also get lots and lots of volunteers coming out just to work in these spaces, so huge impact there. And we will continue to provide these numbers for you. For recreation, in September, we enjoyed the Aquaplex Anniversary Membership Drive, brought in over 250 new passes sold, which is nice to see. Coming out of pandemic, we're still increasing our membership. We've started up some programs again as well, including Night Court out at Hal Jensen, which is where the police officers come out and play basketball late on a Friday night with the youth at the Hal Jensen Center. We've also brought in some acting classes, which is super fun. And in our open spaces, as part of the Festival of Science, we did plein air in open spaces. It's an outdoor painting and drawing activity. We did that several times in different locations, and that's always really popular. We've also had a whole lot of volunteer activity just at the right time, because invasive weeds really take over after the monsoons kind of wind up. So here on the right, you can see a before picture right here and an after picture down below. We were also happy to host the Phoenix Suns, who were finally able to come up and do kind of a grand opening. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for attending that celebration. It was fun. We had the gorilla. This is at Ponderosa Park, where they redid the basketball courts there, and we were able to piggyback and add pickleball courts as well. So we got kids out there from the school that's next door. I think there might have been some kids of our staff and the Vice Mayor that participated as well, and it was just a good time. We had some cheerleaders. This picture is some of the Phoenix Suns dancers that are doing some calisthenics with the kids. Events are winding down but gearing up for our team. One of our signature events in partnership with the Downtown Business Alliance, as Heidi mentioned, is Winter Wonderland and tree lighting. Save the date for Saturday, December 2nd for that. As always, we will invite Mayor and Council to join us for that, for flipping that switch. And I think that ends my report, unless there are any questions.
Council, any questions?
Oh,
Thank
I did
you.
neglect to mention, the city manager mentioned our barbecue. That was a fun day. You'll see more about that in our October report next month. But it was just a day of camaraderie and reflection on the accomplishments of the entire division and getting them together, because they work in very different areas, and so being able to learn what each other does was a highlight of the day. It was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Thank you, Rebecca. Well, we have sustainability, and we have a pinch hitter here because both Nicole and many in her team are gone. But Stephen Thompson is here to talk to you, and I want to give Stephen some props beforehand. I know it's not an individual effort, but sustainability has taken on the city's volunteerism and has really seen it elevate to a higher level. And in that is a lot of programming and administration. Stephen's been at the helm and is really perfecting our city volunteer program, and we're grateful. Thank you.
Thank you for the. Thank you for that. Thank you all, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the public listening in. As Greg mentioned, we are really trying to emphasize volunteerism within the community and with city staff as well. And through the volunteerism policy and directive that has come out this past year for city staff, it has revealed all the different ways city staff are getting involved in the community. And now we're just tracking that and showing it on paper, which is fantastic. It's been a real joy to hear from city staff on all the ways that they are getting involved in the community outside of business as usual. And in the report, there is a little bit of information there, and in the last couple of weeks, we have gotten a lot more input from city staff. So we have over 70 people who have identified volunteering in the last 6 months or so and contributing hundreds of hours to the community in various capacities. So more to come on that. And a note on volunteering in general, we are going through the procurement process to obtain a software to better track volunteerism and volunteer services across the organization. So you'll be hearing more about that in the months coming up. And down to the report, in our climate action section, community resilience, huge initiatives, and one of the most recent programs that has been offered is the Floodproofing Assistance Program, which offers residents up to $2,500 in grant funds to help purchase dry floodproofing materials and targeted outreach to to around 500 community members in those flood-prone areas of the community have been contacted and provided information about how to apply for those grants, and going through all the paperwork now for that. And big shout out to Stormwater for assisting and helping really guide that project and the program and providing the resources and information. And then the climate team has also directly engaged with almost 500 individuals in the month of September through various presentations, advisory groups, and the Festival of Science was a big one as well. And on to building fuel switching and reducing energy use. So as I'm sure everyone is aware, there's a pretty large project, the Energy and Water Conservation Project, that the city has contracted out with Noresco to do retrofits on a lot of our lighting, interior and exterior, and weatherizing city facilities. And happy to announce that 30 facilities have completed the weatherization process, and close to 1,000 lights have been retrofitted to be high energy efficient light bulbs. More to come. This will be going on for the next several months, moving into the spring. And we have about 32 facilities left that we're hoping to complete by the end of this calendar year as far as the lighting retrofits go. And big shout out to all staff, and a big thank you to all staff and everyone dealing with workers coming in to make those upgrades. And a big thank you to facilities as well for facilitating these things. Also happy to announce that the City of Flagstaff e-bike and e-scooter program has launched, and they are at several city facilities that staff are able to use for short trips here and there to help reduce miles traveled and increase that activity. I know that the folks here in the mailroom and copy shop often use it to go back and forth to the post office. And I know that's a big, big help. And last month, we launched the community survey for accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, and that recently closed. And the purpose of the survey was to identify processes and potential programs that can make creating and building ADUs more accessible and more understandable by community members, and connect that with existing services as well. For our Community Stewards program, which is a very large volunteer program for the city, so Adopt an Avenue, Adopt a Foots, Adopt a Stream. September, we saw an increase in the number of volunteers participating in cleanups throughout the summer. We only had around 9 cleanups, but that resulted in close to 100 individuals going out and cleaning up streets, either avenues, foots, or streams. And that resulted in the removal of around 70 trash bags full of litter and debris, as well as a dozen or so bags of recycling. So, removing a lot of things from our public areas. And the E3 program, the Engage, Elevate, and Empower program, that grant funding was awarded to the CATS program in July. And this year for the E3 program, we were able to get additional funding through the Arizona Department of Housing to make that more robust and hopefully a longer lasting program. And this program employs people who are experiencing homelessness in the community to go and help solve or help address the issues of litter in various parts of the community. And since July, they have contributed around 417 hours of service, of direct service to the community, and has employed around 127 people. And just a couple of comments that some of the participants of the program have shared with us. One participant said, "I haven't had this many people thank me ever. We feel appreciated, and it keeps us energized and healthier. It's nice to do something for Mother Earth, and it makes you feel good about yourself. It makes everybody feel happier." Other participants who have shared issues and struggles with mental health have said that this program has helped them in their journey. And we've already mentioned items about the city employee volunteerism policy. And September, we opened up and closed the Neighborhood Sustainability Grants program, and we had 30 applications, which is fantastic to see all those different projects coming in. And the Sustainability Commission will be reviewing and evaluating those this month and into next month. The next Sustainability Commission meeting is this coming Thursday, 4:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. If you're interested in learning more about that process, and we have around $75,000 of grant funding available to award to some of those applicants, which is fantastic. And the awards can be up to $7,500 per applicant. When it comes to our food systems and materials management areas of focus, last September we were awarded a USDA grant to research and study food systems within the Flagstaff area and the surrounding communities. And the primary and secondary research for this first phase has begun, and we're hoping to learn more as the data comes in and that research progresses. Along those lines, the Flagstaff Urban Farm Incubator, which has been operated by Ruby Earth Gardens, hosted several volunteer events in September, teaching folks about how to grow food in the urban environment, in this dry, arid place, which if you've ever tried to grow anything in Flagstaff, you know can be a little bit of a struggle. And this is a really fantastic program just to increase access to healthier foods and promoting knowing how to use these spaces. And in September, at the very beginning of October, we did install another drop-off location for residential food scraps. There are several locations throughout the community, and in the month of September, we diverted nearly 2,000 pounds of food waste from those residential food scrap locations. And those compost bins are emptied at local farms, which then grow food. You may have seen some of that food at the farmer's market if you've gone this summer. And a pilot program has been started at the Flagstaff Family Food Center in partnership with Restoration Soils to a pilot commercial composting program. So more information to come as we see the successes from that. And a couple of weeks ago, you heard from Evan Tyrell, Sarah Langley, and Summer White about the recycling campaigns. And I won't go into more detail about that since you've heard so much already. But I do believe it was a great success, and that's because of that collaboration between solid waste, communications, and sustainability. And to close things out, we do have a couple upcoming events, something just to be aware of. Tonight at 6 p.m. there is a Solar 101 webinar, so if anyone's available to check that out, just to learn more about solar and the Solar United Neighbors program, which helps provide discounted solar options for community members. This coming Saturday at the Coconino County Health and Human Services Building, sustainability, the Flagstaff Police Department, Coconino County, and the Hazardous Products Center are hosting a drop-off day event. So light bulbs, batteries, paper for shredding, and a leaf drop-off. Leaves only in paper bags, please, at that facility off of North King Street from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And the following Saturday, November 4th, 10 to 2, at the Josie Montoya Community and Senior Center is another Fix-It clinic. So if you have items, household items like lamps, vacuum cleaners, things like that you would like a volunteer to assist you fix, please make an appointment, or we show up the day of and we'll get you on the list. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions, comments? Councilmember Harris.
Hi, thank you for that report. I have two questions for you. In terms of the dwelling survey and also the grant, the $2,500 grant, how are you getting that word out to people? What methods are you using?
That's an excellent question. I don't have all of the details as Genevieve Perithry is in charge of the ADU survey. I know it's on the community forum and we were doing social media posts and outreach in that fashion. I don't know all of the details, so I can get that information to you for sure. And then the neighborhood sustainability grants, social media posts, I believe we put information in the Arizona Daily Sun, as well as CAF Radio.
Have we thought about putting information in people's water bill? Because most folks that live in the city, I'm assuming, gets a water bill. Maybe like a little half sheet so that people know where they can go to find out information about those items. I'm still on my kick that everybody doesn't do social media. Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that suggestion. And I don't know all the details of where all that outreach occurred because I wasn't directly involved with them, but I can find out for sure. And I added that to the list of all the various communication areas. Thank you.
I'll say that I joined the Solar United Neighbors in the last round, and I love getting negative utility bills. It's pretty exciting.
Thank you, Stephen. Thanks for pinch hitting, and thanks again for all your work on the volunteer programs.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, we have one final update, but it's they're all important, but this one is going to be relevant in terms of all the capital projects going on. So we have Paul Mood and members of his team to present. Thanks.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. As you can see from the presentations before me, there is a lot going on in the city. And then we're going to highlight some of the capital projects that we've been working on. We have not been before you since before the summer break. So we've been doing a lot of work since then. We've made a lot of significant milestones in a lot of the projects. You have a more detailed update and a map. But we're going to have Trevor Henry, our capital engineer, go over some of the larger projects in more detail. And then we're going to have David Millis, our development engineer, talk about some of the development that's going on around the city as well. Before I turn it over to Trevor, I know we had the 30-year anniversary, and Joanne had mentioned I'm coming up on my 1-year anniversary. And I just want to say, in city engineering, we have a really good team, whether it's capital projects, the development engineers, engineering, or our transportation staff. We're all really working together. We're all involved in these capital projects, so it's not just the capital projects team. And there's a lot of people probably sitting at the back table. All the different divisions, sections, programs are involved in these capital projects. If you were to see the invite list for the calendar meeting invite for the Spruce Wash improvements, that pretty much has every division in the city that's working on that. We're also getting great support from the city manager's office, our budget team when things come up. And again, in regards to our capital projects team, we've had one vacancy since I started almost a year ago. We've had another vacancy and a capital project manager that's out on long-term medical leave. So all the senior level capital project managers have really stepped up to keep these projects moving forward. So just want to make sure they get a good recognition. I know you see them a lot at meetings, but they're working really hard. We have another project manager that will be starting in about 3 weeks, so that's going to be a big help. So I'll turn it over to Trevor, and he's going to go over some of our highlighted projects. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of council. Trevor Henry, Capital Improvements Engineer. On the screen, we have our map that is included in your report. And before we start, we do have senior project managers either in attendance or online, so they can answer any specific questions, in-depth questions that I'm not able to. So in other words, we're covered. We have the information here. And as Paul mentioned, we have approximately 5 project managers doing the work of 8. So there is a lot of work that is out there and a lot of work that we're working through. So we appreciate your support and we appreciate the time. Also, just real quick, in the report, and I'm not going to cover on my presentation, but we do plan projects, we design them, we construct them, we also complete them. So as Heidi mentioned, we had the library that was just completed back in late September. We had the grand opening, and that project was Jeremy DeGators. He delivered that, and we're really appreciative of what he's done. He's also one of the project managers on the Rio de Flag project. We've also completed the Coconino Estates Phase 1 project that is part of the road repair and street safety initiative, which is Proposition 406. So we're really excited that we're able to get those projects off the list and completed and out there for our community and our residents. So the first project I wanted to talk about this afternoon is the Beulah University Realignment Project. If you remember, this project is funded by transportation tax. We do have a construction manager on board, construction manager at risk on board, who is Eagle Mountain Construction. They started work in April. They're expecting to be done sometime in 2025. So it's going to be multiple seasons for construction. Phase 1 is to the west of Milton Road, and Phase 2 is to the east. So this is near Burger King, Target, kind of in that area. Right now, they're continuing to work on the water and sewer and storm drain infrastructure within Phase 1. The majority of the earthwork has been completed in Phase 1. So they're making a lot of progress there. Curb placement is now being planned for next month within Phase 1, which is mostly Beulah Boulevard. The crews and the team is also working near Target, so they're working on some storm drains and some sidewalks along the southern portion of the Target parcel. They're also working on some utility relocations at the southwest corner, and this is near the future underpass or the tunnel for pedestrians. So they're kind of spilling over into Phase 2 as well. There's also traffic control devices and flagging personnel that are out there whenever there's a need for traffic control to move projects over or to move traffic over while projects are being worked on. So that's there, and that's for the benefit of the traveling public. Now, we do have a public information firm that's on board, and they provide weekly updates to our project partners and anybody who is interested in the project. So they get reminders weekly.
How would someone sign up for that?
So we do have a project website. We do have a project sign that is out on the site. And so you just go to that either website or you can call us directly. Our project manager is David Peterson, and you can get signed up with just information through Beta PR, who is our public firm.
And what's the website?
I believe it is, I don't have it on the report, but I believe it's on our city website. And just go to the capital improvements section.
Great.
And we will get that up. We will, if it's not there, we will update it and make sure it's listed.
Thank you.
The next project is the John Wesley Powell project. So this is in our program called the Specific Plan, both under Phase 1 and Phase 2. Phase 1 is the project conceptual design, and Phase 2 is the development of the planning elements for the area, which is essentially the land frame use work. That project was presented to you back in July of 2022, so I should say it was presented to council in July of 2022. And we did present that with direction or seeking direction for a preferred alignment. So that was been about a year, and we've been working on items related to that preferred alignment. We've been meeting with large parcel property owners. So this is city leadership and the parcel owners, just trying to figure out how that final alignment is best going to fit and serve this area. We're continuing to meet with our consultants and sub-consultants on the specific plan. So again, that's kind of related to the land use framework. We're expecting to be complete with that specific plan in about 9 to 12 months. And just a reminder that the improvements, so this was an issue that had come up previously with the recent flooding late last year, was Harold Ranch Road. We had a low flow crossing there at the Rio de Flag. And so those improvements have been made and they were completed by the county. The next project I wanted to highlight is the Interbasin Waterline Restoration Project. So this project began as part of the damages that were a result of the pipeline fire that started in June of 2022. So later that year during the monsoons, a lot of the runoff on the burn scar created some damages to that water line. And so we've been working through with a design build contract Jacobs Engineering, and Hunter Construction. And just to remind the council, there are 46 locations that damages were a result of the flooding due to the burn scar. So right now, work continues on the repair of the water line. So it's a long section that comes down from the very top of the peaks and comes down and gets into the city.
I have a question about that.
Yes.
Yeah, that was good timing. Is water completely cut off because of that project, or has it been diverted, and are we still getting water?
Your Honor, there were several breaks on the line, and water was coming down the area. It was not getting to the city reservoirs. Since then, we have made repairs, and the water has begun to flow down and come into the system. But in the early parts of this past September, we had a large rain event, which caused some additional damages, and the contractor is working to make those repairs. So we're doing the best we can to make sure that everything is repaired, but occasionally we do have some damages due to the weather. So related to that, we did have a project tour that some of the city electeds, Councilmember Matthews, Councilmember Harris, and our city attorney, Sterling, were invited. They did attend, and that was on October 6th, and we just took them to the very top. The project team did a great presentation on what the project is, and it was just a great time. It was on October 6th. It ended with a nice lunch at noon, and we appreciate the project team for providing that. So so far this season, the contractor has worked on 3 locations, which is further higher in elevation. And they did that strategically based on colder temperatures, start up high, and also unfavorable weather. So we're starting to get to that time of the year that we do see conditions that aren't conducive to good construction methods. The contractor has also worked to clear roads and to make those repairs to water lines like we just talked about, so where damages have happened. They've also worked on catchments and spring boxes. So these are smaller areas to catch water, and then also spring boxes which provide watering for the wildlife. And we do work with the Game and Fish Department on where those are going to be. Staff is expecting to bring to you for consideration GMP number 4. We're expecting that to be in front of you maybe in the early parts of 2024. And that should complete maybe the scope of what we have for the project now. And again, depending on how things go with future flooding, with future rains, with weather, if we do need to increase the scope, we can do that. So the funding for this project is through the Department of Forestry and Fire Management. If you remember, we do have a grant for approximately $16 million. The next project I wanted to highlight is the Flagstaff Downtown Mile Safety and Connectivity Improvement Project, also known as the Downtown Mile. So this project essentially is maybe 5 or 6 projects grouped together. And we do have partners that we've worked with, which include agendaq, BNSF Railway, Mountain Line, Amtrak, and the Army Corps of Engineers. If you remember, this project is approximately $56 million. We did receive an infra grant in the amount of about $32 million. The rest of the funding is coming from the city, which is about $16 million, and $11 million from BNSF. So this project is covered when it comes to funding based on what we have essentially in our budget. Some of the updates there is the design continues for the rail construction, for the Milton Bridge, and for the underpasses related to the Florence and Walnut undercrossing, as well as the Rio de Flag crossing. There's also work related at Milton and Santa Fe intersections. So all of that design is in progress and working. The project team continues to hold monthly meetings with the Federal Rail Administration, essentially the FRA. They are the lead agency in the INFA grant. So we are meeting with them to ensure everything is progressing nicely. 60% design concept plans have been received from our consultant for the 5 projects that we just covered, and they're being reviewed by our project team. Again, ADOT, BNSF, Mountain Line, Amtrak, and the Army Corps of Engineers. The project team has also been coordinating with the Downtown Connection Center, and the DCC is a Mountain Line project. So we're just making sure everything is going to coordinate together in this area. We did have a public meeting on June 14th here in City Hall, and that was well attended, and a lot of information was conveyed. And we did receive a lot of input, and we're just kind of working through those comments as we move the project forward. Again, there is a Flagstaff Downtown Mile project website, which is just flagstaffdowntownmile.org.com, I believe. But it is on there is a specialized website for that project. The next project to highlight is the Rio de Flag flood control project. And again, as we heard through our public participation, we do have an outgoing Army Corps project manager and an incoming Army Corps project manager, which is going to help us get to the finish line with this project. And if you remember, the Army Corps is the federal sponsor. The city is the non-federal sponsor. We do have a project cooperation agreement which outlines roles and responsibilities. But we are moving this project forward. It is one of the highest priority projects for the city, and we're just going to continue to move this forward until we have construction and completion. As the team mentioned earlier, there was a final agency technical review package that was just received at the beginning of October, and that has been distributed to our project partners, and we were beginning to review that document. I heard it's approximately 240 sheets of information, as well as specifications and standards that we will have to review. And it's a very important milestone as we get to the completion of the design. So there's been several milestones, and this is probably 5 or 6 to get to the end. We continue to work with our real estate consultants and that have made offers and are actively meeting with our property owners that we need acquisitions from. The draft BNSF construction and maintenance agreement has been received, and the city and the Army Corps legal staff are reviewing. The project team continues to work on the phasing, the construction phasing and the traffic control plans at 5 points. So this is Clay, Milton, Butler, and Mike's Pike. So that area is ADOT right-of-way. So we do have to work with ADOT to figure out how we're going to best manage traffic, but also manage the construction of the flood control project. The Army Corps held an online virtual meeting for review of the draft supplemental environmental assessment on May 18th. It was well attended. We did have community members and residents and the public that were interested in that document. The Army Corps received information and comments, and they're beginning to work that through and then get to a final documentation. And I did want to just mention 2 items related to the flood control project. We do have a small portion of the low flow channel. So at Francis Short Pond, we are going to have an inlet structure for the low flow channel. So when the pond fills up too much, it begins to overflow on the south side. We're going to take advantage of that and allow some of that flow to go into an inlet and then a pipe, and then pipe that down to the low flow channel. So that work we did start last week. It's possible will be done. It's a very small portion, but we want to say that the Rio de Flag project is under construction. So we do want to say that. And we did take advantage of that because the pond is empty right now due to the dredging that was just completed not too long ago. So as soon as the inlet project is complete, then the pond can be considered or start reviewing to be filled up. And then this morning.
Excuse me just a moment. Yeah. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Trevor, that's really exciting to hear that the project is underway. I'm not aware of any plans for publicity around that hard hat, shovel, photo opportunity. I think that might be an important thing for us to be able to do. When can we get out there and throw some dirt around for the cameras?
Well, as I mentioned, it's a small portion of the entire project. We just took advantage of the opportunity because the pond was empty. We affectionately say that the project is under construction, but it is a small portion. But if council is wanting to get out there and take a look, we're happy to.
Well, perhaps you're right that that's such a minor component of the whole thing that it might be jumping the gun a little bit. But just put a placeholder in that. I think it would be a great opportunity for all of us and just in terms of outreach for the community to understand that this thing is really gearing up. It's going to be disruptive, but it's going to be one of the coolest things our city has ever accomplished. That moment will come, and I'm sure our PR people in the city manager's office will have a lot to say about that as well. That's all.
Right. Thank you. Continuing on, the team this morning did not mention, the Rio de Flag project team did not mention this morning that from about 8 and continuing on through the rest of the day, there is I guess they would call it a page turn meeting. So they're actually going through a little bit of those ATR plans, the agency technical review plans, just kind of making sure everything is in line. We had the Army Corps, their designer, the city, our consultant in attendance, and just kind of working through that. Again, another big step in moving this project forward. The next project I wanted to cover is the Lone Tree Overpass. So this is Proposition 420, funded. This was approved back in 2018. Moving forward, it is a design build. Ames Construction is our contractor, and WSP is our consultant. The city has received 100% design plans for the bridge portion, which is north of Butler. So that's a big step in moving this project to completion. Our team is currently reviewing and making sure everything is in the compliance with our standards. Also, we have BNSF who has to take a look at these plans because it crosses their right-of-way. So there is a lot of coordination and reviewing going on, but it's a big step. We're at approximately 100%. We continue to work with BNSF on the rail relocation. So the rails there underneath the bridge have to be relocated and accommodated for, so there's a lot of coordination going on there with BNSF. The BNSF rail engineering team made a visit to Flagstaff on August 7th, and there was a lot of planning and reviewing and coordination going on in this meeting. So there's just a lot of steps that we're working through to make sure this project is moving forward. 90% design plans for the portion south of Butler have been received, and we're working on those to review and get those complete. Comments are being addressed. We're hoping to have some type of construction in the early, well, I would say maybe in the summer of 2024, so next summer. We might have some construction going on the south portion, which is Butler to O'Leary Street. And then we are planning to do some demolition of some structures within the project limits. We're hoping to get those taken care of prior to the end of November, maybe around Thanksgiving. Have those structures demoed and taken out so that we can just continue on with the project. All right. The next project is Butler 4th improvements. So this is another project that is ramping up and becoming a project that has the attention of our public, has the attention of the council. And this project is part of Proposition 419. It's funded through the transportation tax. We do have a designer on board. We are currently working through the conceptual and scoping phase. So we're doing this planning effort to get us to where we can move forward and quickly into a design. We have been working with internal and external partners to consider what this project will look like, and we've evaluated and assessed many intersections, alternatives at Butler and 4th. So this team has worked, I'm going to say, several meetings a week to go through what these alternatives are going to look like. There are multiple phases or different concepts and styles of intersections that they've reviewed. So there's a lot of work going on by the project team of what it's going to look like.
Excuse me.
Yes.
So there was a public meeting held about this. Did you receive any public input that surprised you, or how would that be incorporated into the design?
Your Honor, thank you. We did have the public meeting last Wednesday on October 18th, and it was well attended. It was probably one of the most engaged meetings I've been a part of when it comes to the public, and our project team did an outstanding job. Jeremy and Nick were just outstanding, just exceptional in how they addressed the public, taking in the concerns and just speaking cordially and just being polite and respectful. But there was a lot of comments about what the road's going to look like. Have we addressed items related to developments in the area? And there was also other items outside of the project limits that we did hear, that we did understand what the need is. But again, some of those comments were outside of our project limits. But we're going to listen. We're going to understand. We're going to take those and we're going to evaluate them. We'll talk about them. We'll see if there is some opportunities to address those comments. But we did receive a lot of great information, and we did convey the information. There's still more to be done. I understand that we're going to be in front of you again, I'd say on November 7th, to the council to give a project update. And I'm sure that we're going to have some more public input. So that is still being discussed, still being engaged. We're still going to talk about it, and we still have that time to hear what comments come in from the public. Did that help, Your Honor?
It did.
Okay.
If I recall correctly, when the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living gave their presentation, I believe someone from Capital Projects mentioned that the design of this intersection was going to be presented to the different commissions, correct?
Correct.
So they will have a chance to weigh in on some of the potential designs?
Your Honor, you must be looking at my notes. Because the next part was in our public outreach phase, which is where we currently are, which is part of why we had the public meeting last week. We went to the bicycle advisory and the pedestrian advisory on September 14th. They had the same, essentially, presentation that we have been given to everyone. And they provided input. They did some scoring on what they thought the most beneficial alternative at Butler and 4th would be. We went to the Inclusion and Adaptive Living Commission on September 27th, and we are going to do a follow-up visit with them tomorrow. So we will go back and make sure we're there. And again, they reviewed the same, they saw the same presentation, and they did some of the initial scoring and kind of went through that process, kind of at a high level that the project team is going through. They were at the Sustainability Commission on September 28th, and we were at the Transportation Commission on October 4th. So our project team has been going through the process, just making sure everybody has a chance to hear the commissions, and then we will end up with a presentation and be before council on November 7th. So everybody is going to see it. It's all the same presentation. We haven't gone through any changes yet. We just want to hear what's out there and then seek direction on November 7th. Your Honor, did that help? Awesome. Okay. Yep, I think that's pretty much all the notes I had for Butler Fourth. Moving to Fourth and Lockett. So this is a roundabout at the intersection of Fourth, Lockett, and Cedar. So this project is funded through Highway Safety Improvement Funds, a state tax, and this project will be administered by ADOT. So we do have that money through the state, but we also have city funding that we are going to apply towards this project. Right now, the franchise utility relocation work is in progress, so there has been some work out there. We did have some street closures. We did have some work in and around the intersection currently to do some relocation of franchise utility work. All of this is in preparation of construction that may start in 2024, roughly the spring. And again, that's all dependent on ADOT. They are planning to advertise this project at the end of this calendar year to start construction in the spring. We have been working on right-of-way acquisitions, trying to complete those. They are in hand. We do have a single-family residence, which is on the east side of the intersection that we had to acquire, and that demolition of that residence will take place prior to December 1st. And again, that's kind of needed so that ADOT can begin their solicitation for a contractor. The project team is also working on finalizing the design. They're working through a few comments. And again, this is all needed prior to advertisement. And we do have a plan in place to have a public information meeting before the end of the calendar year. So we do want to get out and get in front of the public and just make sure this information is conveyed. And we are working with ADOT on that, on how that public meeting is going to be formalized and when it's going to be planned. All right, another project I wanted to talk about is the Schweitzer Canyon Phase 4 transmission main project. It's Phase 4 of 5 phases for this program. It's essentially taking transmission mains from the downtown section near Schweitzer Canyon and Route 66 all the way up to the city reservoirs near Cheshire. And this project is approximately, or this portion is approximately a mile, 5,200 linear feet of 24-inch transmission main and a 16-inch transmission main. And the work began on July 3rd, and we are expecting to be complete in April of next year. And right now we have approximately 2,600 linear feet of both the 24-inch and the 16-inch in place. So we're a little more or a little less than halfway, but we're making good progress. Our contractor is Mountain High Excavation, and they're doing a fantastic job. We continue to work with the partners, the agencies, the community there. Our team continually works with getting the information out, and as we work through and get closer to the end of the 5,200 linear feet that we're trying to install. And that is a drinking water, a water services project, and we're capital improvements continually works to deliver projects that are that come to us and that have a priority and have a need. So we pretty much do everything if we're able to. The last project I wanted to highlight before David comes up and completes our report is the Spruce Wash Flood Mitigation Suite of Projects. So this is part of Proposition 441, and this project was voted on almost a year ago and was approved. And since then, we've had 5 firms that we've obtained through the city's engineering on-call program to deliver the designs. Eagle Mountain Construction is our construction manager at risk, so they're tasked to deliver these projects. We have 9 projects that make up this program. And so we are going to deliver this project with their help, Eagle Mountain Construction. We did present to you in July GMP number 1, which was for the utility work in Grandview. So this is the first of many GMPs that will come before council for approval. and consideration for completion of the Spruce Wash suite of projects. That construction on Grandview began on September 5th and will just continue to progress. Right now, the overall design of all 9 are approximately 60% complete, and we'll just continue to march forward to complete the 100% of all the projects that make up this program. We do have weekly technical advisory committee meetings to just talk everything Spruce Wash. Anything related to projects, the 9, we have all our design firms in attendance, we have staff available, and we just talk through the nuts and bolts of what these projects are going to be and how we're going to deliver them. And to make sure and ensure that we're doing the best we can and trying to not make this an inconvenience for the public and for our residents. We do have another community meeting scheduled for November 2nd, and I believe that will be in this room. And we'll just provide an update on construction and kind of the design and where we're headed. I think I am going to turn it over to David for this portion.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Dave Millis, development engineer. So development engineering section is, we're busy reviewing plans, managing projects, and inspecting the public infrastructure for development projects around the city. As we mentioned in our report, we currently have 1 subdivision and 11 site plan projects under civil plan review. So these are projects that were still in the review stages of their civil plans, but they've made it through zoning entitlements. We also have 9 subdivisions and 17 site plans that are either under construction or awaiting permits. So those projects have already made it through civil plan approval. So that keeps the staff of project managers here at City Hall, as well as all of our inspectors, very busy. I'm not going to go through the long list of private development projects. I had a real brief one in the report. If you want to ask me about any specific issues or projects, I'm happy to at the end, but I didn't want to kind of go through the long list of those. The other major thing I wanted to update you on is that development engineering is charged with the administration of City of Flagstaff engineering standards. The last time the engineering standards were updated was in 2017. And there are many updates that we need to incorporate. So we're well into the editing phase of our initial round of updates. We've compiled it and put together 1 draft, reviewed it with staff, and are working on our edits from that 2nd draft now. These are intended primarily to be more of our technical and administrative updates that don't reflect significant policy changes, but rather update technical details, specifications, and coordination of a lot of our codes reference other codes that have been updated in the 7 years since we updated ours last, so we need to get those items in order. Kind of the intention of this initial round of updates is to get those administrative items out of the way and then allow future engineering standard updates, which would be more policy related, to occur and be considered on their own, because I think these initial rounds will be more kind of administrative and less controversial than possibly some other ones, and we don't want this initial round to get kind of bound up in other broader policy discussions, if that makes sense. So that's kind of the summary of what we have going on in development engineering, and if you have any questions on any of the specifics, I'm happy to answer.
Councilmember Harris?
Yeah, I just have a request. Can you kind of explain to me what the underpass, the pedestrian underpass, is going to look like on Milton? I'm trying to see it in my head, and I can't.
Trevor will have a better one on that than I will.
Your Honor, Councilmember Harris, it's a tunnel that's going to be under Milton Road, It's going to go from the Target parcel across west to the Burger King parcel. So it's going to be below grade. It's going to be approximately 10 feet high, tall, and then about maybe 18, 20 feet wide.
So they're going to go under the street?
Correct.
Under Milton?
Correct.
Right, okay.
So we did work with agendaq, who is one of our project partners, just to ensure that we're going to be able to get pedestrians and bicyclists cross safely.
Okay, right.
And there's also still going to be a surface crossing. So pedestrians, bicyclists have the option to either cross above grade or below grade.
Yeah. I've just looked at that for 30 years and I just can't even picture in my head what that's going to look like, but I'll just wait.
Yeah. Your Honor, Councilmember Harris, if you can visualize the Butler, Ponderosa Pike Parkway, Butler, Huntington intersection. So as you actually go west on Butler, there is a crossing underneath, which is going to be very similar to what we're going to do at Milton.
I'll go find it.
I'd be happy to take you on a tour if you like. All right. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments, Council? Vice Mayor.
Just real quickly, because it popped up and we're on the topic, are there art beautification considerations for that underpass, for that tunnel at this stage yet?
Your Honor, Vice Mayor, we have been working with arts and beautification. I do believe we are going to do some stamped concrete, possibly. We're also looking at doing some visualization, some art features. So there is some design concepts out there for that.
I have ideas, but it's really not my lane, so.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, thank you very much. I hope it was all informative.
Very. Thank you all so much for such thorough review of the work that you're working on. Okay, we're moving down to item number 7, discussion of the rental incentive bond program and framework for the expenditure of $5 million in general obligation bond funds for incentivizing the creation of affordable rental units.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We were ready in the back, but that ended quickly, and so we were moving. Jen, will you please come open the presentation while I start? All right. My name is Sarah Dar. I have the pleasure of serving as Housing Director for the City of Flagstaff, and I get to do a quick intro before I turn it over to the expert, Jennifer Michelson. So a quick purpose of today's presentation is to get feedback from City Council on the draft rental incentive bond program. So I get to cover just a tiny bit of history because thinking of it's not only you that we're presenting to, but the community overall. This is one of the outcomes of Proposition 442, which was approved by voters in November of 2022. That was a lot of twos. And the one we're here to discuss this evening is incentivizing the private sector to incorporate affordable rental units, which was mentioned in the publicity pamphlet as having $5 million of the $20 million dedicated to it. A little bit of context for program creation. We're the first. There is no cookbook. I want to say thank you for the patience of all the staff that we have dragged through this process with us, for the deep work of the Housing Commission and the working group, et cetera. My first direction to staff was, let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's go find something and research best practices and not have to just create from scratch. And while we didn't have to entirely create from scratch, there's nobody else in Arizona under our laws doing this type of thing with general obligation bonds. And while it's awesome to be first, it's scary to be first. It's scary to take those steps. It's also scary when we're talking about affordable housing because there is no one solution. So it always feels like, yes, we're making strides, and yes, this is going to be good. We're providing an additional resource in the community. But that also always opens us up for criticism of, well, why aren't you doing more? And so sometimes the considerations of these things, even for us as staff, is a scary step. But we are pleased to be before you this evening in presenting this program. I want to give special shout outs to the staff team that we've worked with, including legal, purchasing, and the city manager's office. We stand before you presenting a product of housing staff and housing commission work, and we by no means have arrived here by ourselves. We have been using this slide when we present to the Housing Commission and when we present to the City Council, especially because the Housing Commission is a fairly new commission. It was only created in 2019, and we had 2 meetings before the pandemic hit. 2 formal meetings. We had a bunch of other ones working on bond stuff, but it is a fairly new one, and the Housing Commission is specifically tasked with providing oversight of any funds approved by the electorate for housing purposes. And so while City Council absolutely has the ultimate authority regarding bond funds, utilizing the Housing Commission to draft this program actually fulfilled a commitment we made during the presentation of Prop 442 to the community for consideration, that there would be involvement and there would be professional input and Housing Commission input and oversight. City Council, what we're presenting to you this evening, you can change in any way, shape, or form. It does represent a lot of hours of investment by our commission members. Our guiding principles overall were to make funds available for both nonprofit and nonprofit developers, incorporating affordable units into new development and leveraging other funding sources as well. And why is leveraging other funding sources important? Well, because why $5 million is the most we, as a housing program, have had to work with historically at one time. When we put that in the context of developing apartment complexes, developing multifamily housing, it's a small amount comparatively. We're talking about helping developers that will have costs to bring a project to market, and sometimes in the tens of millions of dollars. And so while this is significant for us, and while we can make a dent and bring in additional units on board, we keep trying to keep in perspective that this is one small piece that goes into a funding stack to make these units a reality within our community, and is likely not to be a major funding source for anyone, but rather something that incentivizes, helps along the inclusion or the building of affordable units within our community. Here's the schedule. What we were doing prior to May when we created the working group. We were slated to be before you next month in November. We are ahead of schedule at your request, the city manager's request, to move as quickly as possible. And we hope, knock on wood, depending on what happens tonight, to be back for approval at your next regular council meeting. And we are pleased to be presenting the program to you this evening. I get to hand it over to Jennifer Michelson. Jennifer has been our lead staff person on this, and I want to take a moment and recognize that she stepped into something where we were inventing, and we asked her to be creative and restrictive all in the same sentence, and to satisfy opinions on all along the scale of what this could look like, what this should look like, etc. And she has done a masterful job in listening, in actively listening to thread the needle, if you will, and create a program the Housing Commission felt comfortable forwarding to you for recommendation of approval. It was true.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Sarah. It's appreciated. My name is Jennifer Michelson. I'm the Housing Planning Manager for the city, and I had the awesome task of putting this all together. My first slide, you got it, okay. My first slide, I wanted to provide, I know she did a recap of why we're here, how we're here. I wanted to recap how the document evolved. So here's a brief walkthrough of that process, getting this document or this program created in the last 5-6 months, give or take. So at the May Housing Commission meeting, we formed a working group of 5 housing commissioners with a variety of relevant experience to shape the program framework. I would like to pause and thank all of the members very much for volunteering their time and their expertise. I believe we may have a member of the working group attending virtually today and would be available to answer questions on behalf of the working group. So we're lucky there. On the left of this slide, you can see their names and the professional affiliations of each of the commissioners, including, we had a real estate professional, developer and builder representatives, and a low-income housing expert on that working group. So next step, after forming the group, we met over 3 months this summer and reviewed getting a draft program developed with them over not very many meetings, actually. They were very productive. They were very efficient. And by August 28th, we had a draft program for them to review. So after gathering their feedback at that late August meeting, staff sent that draft to legal for their review. Like Sarah said, legal has been incredibly helpful getting their review of this document very quickly. So thank you for making that a priority, legal. So staff was able to incorporate the necessary revisions and edits to the draft program in time for a September 28th Housing Commission meeting. That meeting was the first time the Commission had a chance to review and discuss the program, draft program, and they were able to make a recommendation for approval with some minor changes for staff to incorporate before bringing it here to council for a work session. So that brings us to today. In this next slide, I'll share the priorities of the working group. They became, this one too. They were very evident. Within pretty much the first hour we met with this working group, it was their priority to make all $5 million in funding available at once through a competitive application process. We did discuss other scenarios briefly, but this path was set fairly quickly. So another priority of the working group was to work in as much flexibility as possible. And when that came to the topic of how funding would be awarded, that meant we were open to the idea of both repayable and forgivable loans. So we'll cover those loan terms in a few slides. Flexibility was also a priority when it came to the application requirements and the importance of having a wide variety of projects to be considered eligible for funding. So the projects at the beginning of the development process, as well as projects that are basically ready for construction, would be eligible to apply for these funds. And the 2 sub-bullets I want to mention, they came out of last month's Housing Commission meeting. The Commission agreed the program should support the delivery of market rate units in addition to affordable units, just making that clear. And they wanted to allow projects at all stages of the development process the opportunity to apply for funding. So these next about 3 slides walk through the document, or not, there's several slides, don't worry, that walk through the document itself, beginning with a program description. So I'll cover the details about each section on each slide. I'm going to bring this closer. All right. So the purpose of the program overall is to utilize bond funding to incentivize the private sector to provide affordable units in new development. Funding may be spent on pre-development or construction costs of affordable rental housing. I'd like to note here that an ineligible use of these funds would be rehabilitation or preservation of existing residential units, because that word "new," that was a key word there in the voter information pamphlet. So it was important to note early in the document as well that applications that meet the minimum threshold criteria are not necessarily guaranteed an award of funding, and that successful applications may be awarded less than the amount that was requested. So next are a couple slides covering eligibility requirements. So yeah, who would be eligible for these funds? We had guidance from the voter information pamphlet stating for-profit and nonprofit developers were eligible. This would include corporations, LLCs, those items listed in the first bullet. But over the course of drafting this program, we drilled down to identify more specific scenarios in which a developer would be eligible to apply for funding. And that includes developers of 100% affordable projects, in addition to mixed income projects. So developers with existing affordable housing commitments with the city are also, we wanted to clarify, could apply, as well as developers that may have benefited from a variety of other city incentive programs. Whatever they may be, that would not be a disqualifier to apply for this set of funding. And the program also states that applicants with any outstanding debts to the city or any applicants that have received other city-administered funding, that they be considered in good standing prior to receiving an award of funding. So next is just a slide on the affordability period. To be eligible for funding, the project must commit to a minimum of 30 years of affordability. Applicants are currently incentivized to extend the affordability period up to 50 years. We'll cover that again on an upcoming loan term slide. One additional note is that the affordability period does remain in effect, or a requirement even if the project is sold or transfers ownership. Next is a slide covering the minimum threshold criteria and the application submittal criteria. The minimum threshold criteria for a project to be considered eligible is very basic, intentionally. It would need to be a rental project within city limits serving up to 80% of the area median income, and a minimum of 10% of units must be affordable. Applicants, basic things like they need to provide a complete response to all the application questions, and show that their intended use of the funds meets the eligible use identified, and they would need to show proof of site control as a minimum threshold. So as for the application submittal criteria, when developers are applying for these funds, we want them to demonstrate their ability to deliver their project by showing us in three broad aspects that they have a history of experience delivering similar rental projects, whether that is in Flagstaff or somewhere else. Project readiness. We want developers to confirm where they're at in the development process. As mentioned earlier, we will accept project at all stages of the process. So we're not requiring that applicants prove their project is further along or meeting a certain milestone. For example, it's not required that they would be providing issued building permits to be eligible to apply. That would be very far along in the development process. So priority for funding will not depend solely on a project being ready for construction, but will also take into consideration overall community benefit and the other funding that is leveraged. And last, we need to understand the financial feasibility of their project. So we're asking for all funding sources to be identified, whether that funding is secured or they're earlier in their process, they're still trying to finalize some funding, or there's more funding that they intend to apply for. We want to know all of that so that can be determined once projects are evaluated, or that can be considered when projects are evaluated. Next is the award process. This process was developed to be in conformance with the establishing authority of the Housing Commission regarding their oversight of bond funds, as we covered a few slides ago with Sarah. So housing staff will be reviewing each application to ensure that the minimum threshold criteria is met, and we will then forward those applications to a ranking committee. The ranking committee will evaluate, of course, the applications and make their funding recommendations. Their recommendations will then be forwarded to council for review and approval. I do want to reiterate that council does have the authority to make changes to those funding recommendations. Once the funding is finalized and approved by council, letters of award would be provided to applicants. And staff would then begin the work of creating individual contracts for the awardees, which would also need council's approval, very similar to the ARPA funding process. Next slide is a little bit more information on the ranking committee. So the ranking committee's role, of course, is to be evaluating the eligible applications and to make their funding recommendations. I'll note here that they would be authorized to identify their priority funding recommendations, so like their main, this is what we want to do, a conditional funding recommendations, and also they want to be able to identify projects that should be waitlisted for funding, and also projects they believe should not be recommended for funding. They did distinguish at the Housing Commission, they wanted that kind of tiered approach to, if something happens, this was our backup for the conditional funding recommendation. So I thought that was a smart addition. Members of the ranking committee, as far as the membership of this group, it would be comprised of 4 to 7 individuals representing a mix of city staff, housing commissioners, and subject matter experts from areas such as development, finance, affordable housing, engineering, etc. Wherever we have gaps, that's where we would be seeking additional expertise. So as is always required by the procurement code, no member of the ranking committee will have a conflict of interest. We're almost through the summary of the draft program. I've got the evaluation criteria here. The committee will be using a scoring matrix to evaluate these applications. Essentially, it's a cost. It comes down to just a cost-benefit analysis that will be conducted on each project. And this analysis will look at the total community benefit that would include the total number of units proposed, which covers both affordable and market rate units, the amount of funding that is requested, of course, and the cost per affordable unit. So given that the goal of the program is to assist in the creation of 400 to 500 affordable units, and we have our 10-year housing plan with the goal to increase the supply of residential units in Flagstaff to about 8,000. Equal consideration will be provided to both mixed income and 100% affordable projects. So it's about the numbers. We do want to see residential units. The more the better. Credit would also, of course, be given for those 3 criteria I had on the other slide, relating to the developer's experience, the project's readiness, and other funding sources being leveraged. And just a note, once this policy is finalized and approved by council, a NOFA application and scoring criteria will be fully developed. We'll have to hop on that immediately. So that's the next steps for me. Next slide. We have, lastly, this slide identifies the loan terms and compliance requirements for successful applicants. What is proposed is providing the bond funding as a loan, which is secured against the property with a promissory note and recorded deed of trust. There would be no interest and no payments required during the 30-year minimum term of the loan. After that 30-year term, the developer would have the option to have the loan forgiven on a prorated basis over 20 years, as long as the units, of course, continue to remain affordable. and the loan would be completely forgiven and released after 50 years of affordability compliance. And if a developer fails to honor that agreement and the units are not delivered in accordance with the terms of their contract, the lien would be called due and payable immediately. And as for a couple of bullets about compliance, we will require progress reports during the construction of each project, just to make sure there's some accountability, understanding where somebody is at. And annual monitoring and compliance reporting for the life of the loan is also required. And I'm sure we'll end up leaning on our Grants and Contracts Division to assist us in that work. So this concludes the summary of the draft rental incentive bond program. I do have one more slide with a suggestion for council to consider. This last one. All right, so throughout the last few months, throughout the creation of this program, we've heard from a couple different viewpoints about when this funding should be made available. So it's a timing question. There's an argument to be made that developers may need to use this money for more than just hard construction costs. So we proceeded to develop this program to be responsive to the development community's needs, regardless of where their project is at in the development process. And we're currently, the program is designed so that we'd be providing loans as soon as possible after council approval. There is also the argument to be made that it would be wise to, withhold funding until the developer has reached a certain milestone in that development process to better ensure the city would be benefiting from the affordable units. So the thought is, if we have confirmation that a project has gotten so far that they're ready to, pull their building permits, is that the point at which the loan would be made available? And this is all I have as far as suggestions for council to consider. I'm sure you guys have your own comments and questions. So I will be available to answer questions and other staff as needed. So please let me know what you think.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all the work that the commission and staff put into this being before us. And I mean, even before this part, but the bond part and everything that went into that and the 10-year plan. So I'm going to open it up for questions and comments, council, and we have Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer and team, my gosh, having to create the will, has, I'm sure, taken so much work and research, so I really appreciate all the work that you guys have done on this. As you know, the housing crisis is the #1 issue concerning our citizenry. So it is important to get it right. And we may not get it all right, but to try to just really, look at the stuff in the front end. So I appreciate the indulgence that we are talking about this during a work session so that we can feel more comfortable in just asking questions and being able to ponder the answers before then it comes to council for an approval. So I appreciate that. I had a couple of questions. In looking at your working group, I know you pulled it from the Housing Commission. We've had a lot of focus on affordable housing. There was a project that came up last month that had quite a few units. Was there any outreach to experts in the tax credit, affordable housing, the LATAC developers? The seminars that I went to down in Tucson, and the mayor and I went to in Phoenix in the Morrison Institute, we just kept hearing the repeating that is it LATAC or LITAC? LITAC is the #1 driver in bringing affordable housing to a community. And we are blessed to have nonprofit developers and more LITAC developers taking interest. So did the committee, and I have a few questions, but my first one is, did the committee consult or reach out to them to say, how does this flow with how you develop affordable housing units, and is there any things that pop out at you?
Thanks for that question, Councilmember Matthews. I can say the working group this summer did not specifically reach out to any particular developer. We were, I don't want to say cloistered, but we were focused. It was a diverse group of people intentionally chosen for their development and building experience, not necessarily from LIHTC's perspective, but just from that, the development aspect. So we relied on their thoughts and expertise, but I would say we wanted to be aware, we were cognizant of the LIHTC timeframes, with their deadlines with their application process, which every year is always due in April 1. So we were aware of wanting to, as much as possible, make loans available or make funding available if a LIHTC applicant was awarded that funding, that they would be able to get that award in time for their application. Sarah.
If I could add, while the working group did not have direct contact with LIHTC developers, we did as staff. We have talked as staff with representatives from Foundation for Senior Living and other developers interested in coming to our area during a recent state conference where we were able to pick brains, and timing was one of the biggest things there, being cognizant, thank you for the word, cognizant of the application time frame. We developed the timeline in May with the idea that we would be able to complete the process of having awards made by council so that anyone applying for LIHTC credits on that May or the April 1st, 2nd deadline would have those commitment letters from council prior to that application being due. So we designed the entire thing with that thought process in mind, knowing that they are often the developers able to produce the greatest number of units.
Thank you. And then I had a question about the 10% affordability. So what does that look like? So you said market rate housing and affordable housing. So will any funding awarded to that developer still be specific to the affordability aspect, or how do you differentiate between that?
That's challenging. That is our challenge with the scoring criteria. We're going to have to really drill down and understand, given that we do want more residential units, and if we have, in the community, whether they're market rate or affordable, I think that is the cost benefit analysis of the cost benefit per affordable unit. I'm sorry, the cost per affordable unit. If they're requesting, $1 million and they have, they're proposing 25 affordable units, what does that look like compared to the request of a 100% affordable project where they have 200 affordable units, and is that cost per affordable unit way less? So it's like better bang for our buck. So that would that is where that flexibility really came into play. Every time we'd try to pose those challenging questions to the working group, is like, how do we figure out how to give the ranking committee that range to really weigh what we're looking at, and be able to assign credit where credit is due based on the merits of each application, even if they are different. So I don't have a specific answer for the loans may not be. I don't think there's anything preventing us from allowing a developer to use the loans on a building that has market rate units. This came up when we were really kind of drilling into some of these questions about really opening it up. How would we ever know if a portion of a loan was used on a building that had more market rate units than affordable? So we just kind of wanted to crack it open. I think it would be a proportionality conversation with the ranking committee. Does that cover it? Or I realize I think we would have much better, very specific answers to that once we develop the scoring criteria.
And then my next question is, I'm concerned about, although I appreciate it, I'm still learning the ropes here, drinking from the fire hose a lot. But when I read the council approval aspect, I know how long it takes something to get on the agenda. So can you just talk about, like, is that it'll just come up and it'll get in front of us quickly, or again, back to timing and speed and everything. When I read that, it just kind of popped at me to say, wow, that could be another month, if not longer, to then get that final decision.
Yeah, we definitely are assuming the next few months we will be doing back-to-back, everything back-to-back as quickly as possible. This whole process, I mean, the word process is, it's helpful and it's frustrating at times. Like we have this process we have to work within, and trying to slip around and figure out ways to shorten things has been quite a challenge. We were able to do it a bit, but some things are just very, we can't get around certain things. So
Jennifer's right. We can't get around certain things, nor would we want to. However, we have already talked through an implementation timeline. We have already scoped out the working calendar, actually a little further out than it's published at the moment, to look at what our deadlines could be like. If you'll notice within the document itself, it says staff will turn the eligibility review of the applications within 5 days. And that we were going to say the next council meeting, but realizing that if their eligibility review is done the day after or the day before staff summaries are due, we may not be able to do that, but our commitment is to bring these forward. We've also enjoyed great support from the city clerk and the city manager's office when there is something imperative to come to council, that we are able to get on those calendars, and I see no reason that we wouldn't enjoy similar support in bringing something of this level forward.
I appreciate hearing that. I just have 2 questions left so far. Stay up here, Sarah. You might want to answer it. I'm not sure. Maybe Jennifer can. What is the reasoning behind the loan? We've got, they have to have the commitment of the 30 years for affordable housing, and then we're going to end up forgiving it, maybe the carrot to extend it for 20 more years, but sometimes a loan, depending on how it's structured, could be a little problematic in the market world. So can you just walk me through that a little bit of why, in addition to obviously requiring the affordable housing units to stay affordable for 30 years, why are we structuring it as a loan?
Thank you for the question, Mayor and Council Member. If I go into the not super way back machine, but in the little bit way back machine, when the Housing Commission very first started coming up with bond recommendations at the request of council, we brought those requests, or the initial recommendations, to you in February of the year before, so that we were thinking together. And the repayment or creating as many revolving funds as possible was a priority of the Housing Commission, recognizing that we historically have limited funds, and that if we can make those funds repayable and create a resource that can be utilized again and again, we're further ahead. $5 million is a lot of money. My husband and I are not allowed to talk about our household budget while I'm doing city budgeting, because I say things like $5 million isn't a lot of money. We can go to dinner 3 times a week. It's fine. So having that repayment to give the city, the municipality, the resource to continue investing over time has been critical. We've structured multiple financial contributions to LIHTC developers as loans that are due and payable at the 30-year mark. We've subordinated when those projects have been refinanced for whatever reason, but that money will ultimately come back to the city. So as we've worked through that process with the Housing Commission from day one, the idea of creating as many revolving funds as possible has been in place. And so I think that's what you're seeing a continuation of in that recommendation from the Housing Commission.
So Sarah, do you see similar challenges to what you and I have spoke about with deed restrictions development? That's been problematic in getting financing for the developer. Could this also cause the same type of issues?
Mayor, council member, let me go back and answer the rest of the question you asked previously regarding tax implications. My understanding is the incompatibility of something of this nature in the market would be the forgiveness of that loan, creating long-term tax implications. We don't have to forgive it. It can be due and payable. If the developer would say, this is, I don't want to deal with it being forgivable, I need for tax purposes it to be repayable, we're not going to argue. And so, especially if they're willing to make that additional affordability contribution, I don't see, if they're making an affordable housing commitment, whether it be through a development agreement or through utilizing this program, we see developers get market funding for the creation of affordable units within their market rate housing all the time. I mean, we have a few hundred units scattered in market rate, multifamily developments in this community now. And those were able to obtain financing. And those conditions were called for within the development agreement. We monitor those on an ongoing basis to make sure that community benefit is being provided, and we've had it work.
So I'll just make two comments and then give someone else an opportunity. The financial feasibility, how I understand it, at least the tax credit developers, a lot of times their other funding sources have to see local commitment first. And so they're not going to have those loan commitments because we'd be first. And so I see maybe an issue there. If we're wanting those commitments to be done before we make our commitment, you know, it's the cart before the horse. So I see a problem with that. And I also have concerns about acquisition because real estate development of any level has a certain level of risk. And I'm a little concerned about using, not that there'd be a lot of funds available, but utilizing these bond funds for acquisition purposes. I think that the developer should have all the skin in the game in that, and then we just help out with, you know, development cost and other things, design and other things. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. We struggled with the same thing. What we erred on the side of the greatest amount of flexibility possible. We're happy to receive that direction of acquisition. It feels too much of a risk within that category. And as far as first skin in the game, the program provides for showing your other funding sources, and we ask for those secured or those applied for and those anticipated to be applied for and those timeframes. And what we've come to you before with things, for example, Foundation for Senior Living, it was a small contribution that you saw in February, March, was conditional on receipt of tax credits. And so we see a similar thing here, being, yes, this looks great, but if your main funding source doesn't come through, then we're going to go ahead and move the funding along. That's why Jennifer talked about, and not the ranking committee, the working group spent time discussing, well, can we do conditional awards? Yes, we can. Can we make a funding list of if developer A does not receive tax credits and is unable to fulfill that commitment, can we then move that funding down quickly to someone else that was eligible, shows community benefit, et cetera, maybe at a lesser scale, but to be able to ensure that that money is flowing as quickly as possible has been expressed to us as the desire of council and the community. So that is, we may see some of those conditional pieces, especially given that we are asking not only what have you secured, but what have you already applied for but not received? What timeline are you anticipating that? And what else are you planning on applying for, and what does that timeline look like? So we can get that full picture and not only err on the side of folks with all their money secured.
Councilmember House.
Thank you. There's a spider on my screen, so I'm going to scoot away from it. Yeah, it's October. So thank you so much for the presentation. This is really great information. I'm wondering if you can review a little bit more the time frame that you're discussing in terms of this. I think one of the things that we've heard a lot, especially I think it was just last year we did the feedback from the developer listening tour, and one of the things that they talked about was just how long some of the processes are for reviews that winds up being very costly in terms of development. And I think the same has been said in some of the frankly, press coverage of this very topic was how often the work that we try and do towards affordability and providing more affordable housing gets, I think I'm almost quoting one article and saying bogged down in bureaucracy. So how are we working to ensure that the time frame of this is not another pitfall or barrier to actually bringing units to market?
You comfy? You're willing to do it?
Sarah's excellent at these.
And now for the secret slide. Council, here's a potential timeline. This is if we are able to receive feedback tonight that we are able to flip and turn into a policy, a program to bring to you on the November 7th, for approval on November 7th. We have already started writing the NOFA. Have we written a lot of it? No, because our focus has been getting this in front of you for consideration. However, there are large pieces of the program that can be turned into that. Justina spoke with our lovely partners in legal and purchasing yesterday, who said they will do their absolute best to do a review within 2 weeks. Our concept is that we're not going to send them something cold, that during our timeline within November that we will be meeting as a group, utilizing internal brain trust in order to say, okay, what does this look like? Let's bounce this idea around with the folks, with the other brains in the room. To be able to publish, it's, okay, sorry. The two computers is confusing to me, my little brain. Purchasing review, NOFA solicitation to open. We understand this is a week between Christmas and New Year's, but why wait if we're ready to go ahead and put it out there? We worked to schedule around the Thanksgiving holiday, knowing that folks would be off internally so that we could make sure we were getting review time. We're anticipating the application to be very simplistic. That's our goal, is to be able to say, give us a description of your project, tell us what you have in place, and then, are you meeting, which criteria are you meeting? Not say, read the 10-year plan and tell us what you're meeting, but here are the elements of the 10-year plan, which do you see your project meeting? To make it as simple as possible, not only for the developers applying, but for the evaluating committee to read and get through in a quick manner. Flexibility and simplicity has been key to what has been designed. We would like to carry that through with the application process, especially that simplicity piece. This would get council approval well in advance of an April 1st LIHTC deadline, if that need be. And so the concept being that we would come for council approval, that will give us the ability to issue notice of award so that folks can put that in their application packets or they can put it in their lending packet, whatever it is. What will take a little more time is the full loan agreement security piece, but often it's that notice of award that they need to have in their hand in order to proceed. And so we anticipate having, again, those loan documents being as simplistic as possible, and come back to you for approval of those as need be. Again, our partners within the organization have been phenomenal at making housing a priority. The housing emergency you declared is not only something on paper, but is something that we see our internal partners prioritize over and over. So depending on the changes tonight, we're hesitant to roll this out because there's a lot of variables. Council, if you're unhappy with this and you send us back to the drawing board, we're not going to meet this timeline. If you have input such as acquisition feels risky and we want to eliminate that, those are some pretty simple changes for us to make and be back in front of you for approval on November 7th.
Thank you. I think my other question was focused on the competitiveness. We talked about, and I think early in the presentation you talked about the desire to really make this an option that would work for both affordable development on the whole and market rate development. And I think that's the one thing that might still be kind of pending for me is some more specifics on how you balance that competitiveness, if that makes sense. So for example, if you're looking at a traditional LIHTC development that already has as one of their qualifiers for LIHTC to have 20 to 40% affordable or rent restricted units at meeting either 50 or 60% AMI, how does that compete with a market rate development that is voluntarily committing to 10 or more percent affordable, meeting any AMI range? So those sorts of questions, just in terms of that criteria, how would those sorts of competitions between those competing requirements be addressed?
Jennifer's computer is not a touchscreen like mine. That is something we've already been beating our head on the wall, where I don't have a solid answer for you. What I can tell you is I know we're going to get to one, because remember that our benefit here, and if we think about the goals of the 10-year plan, is to provide housing opportunities for all. And so affording value to market rate units coming in with affordable is meeting community goals. And so I do firmly believe, and we have been kicking around a number of ideas, that we will be able to achieve a way to give, what was the words we came up with today? Like we even, 2 o'clock today, we're like, we have to stop talking about this and go to city council. So that applicants are,
almost equal access to the funding or equal consideration.
Equal consideration will be given. Bringing units to the market that we need for our working professionals, for our young families, for folks that may not qualify for that 60% and below, can bring just as much value in the community. So if we have a LIHTC developer coming in with a number of units and a market rate developer coming in with a number of units, and this one has less affordable, but is also providing rental opportunities that are incredibly necessary within our community, I am certain, working with legal and procurement, we can come up with a way to do that. And my hope would be that we can have a more pounded out answer for you by November 7th, coming back to you for program approval. We just have not arrived there. However, we fully understand the intention that one type of developer is not necessarily valued over the other because they are bringing necessary units to our community, which is why in our 10-year plan reporting, we report affordable units and other units coming into the market because we need them all.
Great, I appreciate that, and I agree with you. I know I had another question, but Spidergate kind of threw my brain off, so I don't remember what it was, but I'll just close then with, I'm really appreciative of all the work that went into developing this program. I think that you did it very thoughtfully and in a way that is really trying to achieve those different goals, and just speaking from that place of having worked with the commission from the beginning, being on it, and now in this capacity, it's just really impressive to me to see the amount of thoughtfulness and continued work that goes into bringing this forward. I do think on the question that you asked in terms of when funding would be awarded, just as there were some questions with the oh goodness, Lori, excuse me, Councilmember Matthews, I'm forgetting which consideration that you expressed some hesitancy on. Was it acquisition? Just as there's some hesitancy there, I think I have some hesitancy in the thought of withholding until they're like meeting some of those benchmarks that were presented. But I do like the idea of a conditional approval that would release those funds for expenditure on a project being developed immediately, with the understanding that if they're not meeting the goals, they have to immediately begin the process of paying it back. I think we still have a level of protection in doing it that way that doesn't create an unnecessary barrier to a project moving forward if they're thinking, you know, I can't control everything, so what if something gets pushed out or a timeline gets shifted in the midst of this, and now that timeline where I need the funding now, but my months got pushed back, just happened for something completely beyond my control. So I not only don't get the funding, but now I'm facing this, and my project might completely collapse in that time. So that's my thought on that, and I just look forward to the rest of council's discussion on this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you letting me speak up here. I did read this whole program in every detail and study it and have a couple comments. I guess my first comment is a lot of hard work went into it on the commission and on the staff level, and I really do appreciate that. My first question is, Jennifer, when you talked about, well, if they don't do what they're supposed to do, or at the end of 30 years, we're going to get our money paid back. How do we enforce that? Will we have a lien on the property, or was just, if they don't want to do it, we'd have to take them to court? Has anybody thought that through? First question.
Yes, so there would be, there was thought put into this. We don't have all the answers because we don't have draft contracts written up, but we will definitely use every tool that is available to us to ensure contractually that there are ways for us to, I guess it's a balance of sticks and carrots, and that is not necessarily my expertise as far as the contract, you know, language and the kind of features we can put in there. We will be, I believe, seeking outside counsel to develop those contracts that should hopefully include a lot of those answers and tools to ensure repayment or outline a process if something happens, you know, XYZ fails to happen, then this. Yes, there is, I need to find it, I want to say the right exact term, but on the loan terms, there is, it states, loan would be secured against the property with a promissory note and recorded deed of trust, and would be subordinate to first mortgage financing with further subordination considered on a case-by-case basis, which I've heard is flexible for various developers, being able to have that subordination in different way. Does that answer your question with the promissory note?
Yeah, that does. And, you know, I don't expect the final answer now, but I think you and our enforcer department, whoever that is, will think this through. So good. I'll move on to my next point. Jennifer made a lot of references to the publicity pamphlet and how this will be for new development, and it'll be 400 to 500 units. It'll be approximately $5 million. But it seems that the people involved in this process have missed one little thing that was in the publicity pamphlet. And that's the words say to incorporate affordable rental units in market rate development. And then it goes on to say, when it's talking about 400 to 500 new rental units, and it says in addition to the market rate units in the new development. So, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know if those words are binding or if they're not binding, but I am a city council member, and as a city council member, I feel that I have a moral obligation to stand behind the words that the city put out in a publicity pamphlet. I know that when I read those, I take them very seriously. So I guess my point is, and I'm interested in how the other council members think, this cannot be 100% affordable units. It has to be affordable rental units in a market rate development. So I would suggest that we say that the affordability be a minimum of 10%, but a maximum of 90%. In other words, at least 10% market rate. I guess my heart's not really in that position, but I support kind of waiving that requirement. But I think that I have a moral obligation to stand up and support that. So I don't know if you want to comment on that, Jennifer, or if we want to wait until we have a little bit more council discussion. And then I'll move on to the next point real quickly. As far as when should we have funds available, I'm okay with, conditional approval. In other words, do it up front early, but then have conditional approval with some teeth in it if they, don't do their part. All right, so I'm hoping to hear some more discussion about this, what we told the voters in good faith, and the voters read it in good faith, that this would be in market rate developments. Mayor, that's the end of my comments and questions. Thank you.
Go ahead, Sterling.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember McCarthy and Council, if we were to go in depth into interpretation of publicity pamphlet and meaning and ballot language, I would actually recommend going up into executive session for those questions, and you'll have to apologize. My alarm's going off on my phone. I have to apologize to you. But no, I would recommend taking that up into executive session if I was to answer that question. If the council wants to have further discussion and there is still a desire to know on that, then I would recommend an executive session. I think you could have the discussion without that now. See which direction it looks like we're headed. If there are council members, it looks like more than 4 that are in agreement with Councilmember McCarthy, then I would like to advise on that upstairs in executive session.
Well, I'd like to make one more point to kind of follow up. I realize that, or I hypothesize anyway, that the legal side of this might be a little fuzzy or might not be. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. The moral obligation that we have, regardless of what the law says, the moral obligation is that we will carry through with what we put out in our publicity pamphlets. So it doesn't matter what the law is. We need to do it anyway. That's my opinion. I'll yield. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Okay, so first of all, let me say thank you very, very much for all the work that you all have put into it. And since it was my choice to pull this off and have you come to us, so I do appreciate the work. And as I've said before on numerous occasions, I do trust and value our staff and their expertise. There's no way the 7 of us and city manager can run this city all by ourselves. So we have to depend on you to advise us, to give us information, to answer our questions, to even tell us when we're being unreasonable, because we can be. So with that being said, my next set of questions, I want you to hear that in the spirit that they're given, okay? So first of all, well, I think you already answered this because the grants department is going to monitor this and make sure everybody is doing what they're supposed to do in terms of this loan, correct? The grants department, our grants office will help monitor payback and all of the other kind of stuff?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And we will, housing staff will also
Oh,
be
housing
involved in
staff
that as
too.
well.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Okay, and so then my next questions go to perception. And for me, perception is important. And so I want to make sure that whoever is serving on this committee that will look at the applications, the 4 to 7 people, whoever those folks are, that they are not submitting applications for these funds. And I want that to be clear to not only me, but to anyone else that's looking at this, because I don't want to come back 3 years later and say, oh, well, that company had a person on that committee and they actually applied for these funds. So I think we have to do our due diligence and make sure that that's not happening, because that's a huge perception for me. Okay?
Agreed.
So just a comment. And then my other comments, not really questions, is that, okay, so we're going to put a deed restriction, or we're going to put a lien on the buildings or whatever it is, so that 30 years from now, once that building, once the project is completed in 30 years, maybe the company went kaput, maybe, they sold it to somebody else, things happen in 30 years. And so who pays back the loan if we're going to do a loan deal? Who, the new people that buy it? And I don't know if that's too detailed of a question. Do we even need to think about that? I guess that would be a city attorney's, maybe that department has to answer that question. I don't know. But yeah, I'm just curious, because I think that that probably needs to be part of the conversation, especially if we're talking about a loan, because right now, the person is, oh yeah, this is a great project and this is going to be so good, but 10, 20, 30 years, things change. And depending on the age of the person that's, that's doing this project, they may not be around in 30 years, not being unkind, but I just want, I just want us to think about that. Okay.
I can address that really quickly.
Okay.
The language we did develop under the loan terms. This is directly from the program reading. It says the loan may be assumed if the property is sold to a new owner, and that new owner must agree to honor the terms of the original agreement. So I would presume that that new owner would be repaying back the loan.
Okay. And they would know that going into the sale?
Yes.
So that would be our responsibility, or it's their responsibility, buyer beware, kind of deal? So you have to do your due diligence, and if you don't know it up front when you buy it, then too bad?
So I'm going to speak a little bit from experience. We've actually done this, and it's come back to council with a tax credit property that was purchased by someone else and rehabilitated, and we executed new loan documents with the new entity. And it's not only a buyer beware process, but because a deed of trust and promissory note will be recorded on that property, when someone is looking at buying it, that title search will turn it up. And then the title company will make sure that either those encumbrances are cleared. Let's say it's at year 60, hypothetically, and we're all retired and enjoying life, and nobody released the lien. And we're like, oh, well, that was supposed to be done 10 years ago, and it wasn't released. That cloud would still be on the title. And so we just had a loan from 22 years ago from our home buyer assistance program. We were just asked for a payoff statement for that. So we're seeing it work. We're seeing it work on the tax credit side, and we've seen it work on the individual home side with like down payment and closing cost assistance.
All right, I think that answers or satisfies my questions, and thank you again for everyone's work on this project.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm still a little confused about the timeline. It reads like like I just got an email today from Gwen at Flagstaff Community Foundation notifying us that there's a grant available for housing. And we have some that happen every year, and we know, like, oh, I'm going to apply for the Community Foundation grant in general, starting in April-ish. But development doesn't always work that way. Like, there might be a developer that, comes in the middle of the year. I know there's a deadline for the LIHTC developers, but I'm just concerned about sending out a solicitation that just sounds like a grant process, and I don't view this as that. And then, so I just wanted to make that statement that, again, it feels, again, back like we're doing a CDBG grant or something, and not what this bond was meant to do. And then if you can go back to the screen about the loan option, I think you went too far. Like either all at once or you would read, up front or trigger point. So I'm wondering, it's been a long time since I was a commercial lender, but I'm wondering if that would trigger concern with the other major lenders to look at that and say, well, wait a minute, you're not, I mean, there's no guarantee you're going to get the other half of that. Like, what if you know, I mean, they want the certificate of occupancy too, but I don't want to muddy the waters. And I know how rigid, lenders can be. So I just, overall, I understand the wisdom in having a loan, so we've got money in the, 30 years from now, maybe start coming in, although we're going to forgive maybe a lot of it. And I also worry about or think about the administrative costs. Like right now, it's just filing a deed with a promissory note, but in 30 years, who's going to track and what mechanisms do we have to put into place now to start tracking that loan for repayment or forgiveness stages? And when we're looking at $5 million divided by 400 units, if they were averaged out, which they're not, that's $12,500 per unit. So it's like, I don't know if the cost value is there for the loan, but that's just my opinion. So, and then kind of getting back to Jim's statement, Sterling, I don't know if we need to go into e-session, but there's other parts of that in the first sentence that says in a market rate development. Definitely we need to put, I think, a percentage of the development. Right now, we always try to encourage a developer to give us some affordable rentals, and usually I think the standard seems to be they'll say, well, we'll give you 10%. but I don't even know if that's a discussion point with the language in there.
Really, Mayor and Councilmember Matthews and Council, if, as you go through your discussion here, if Council doesn't have any issues with the proposed language as is, which I'm fine with and my staff is fine with, then there would not need to be any executive session.
The language in the proposed policy?
Correct, as staff is presented tonight.
I would like to at least see a percentage requirement of affordable housing units.
I believe that's a minimum threshold criteria. Let me, well, and I can go back to the actual, too much, there we go. Minimum 10% affordable. So they wouldn't really get past our eligibility review process if it was less than 10. Does that help? Okay.
Anything else, Councilmember Matthews? Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for all of your work on this. It's been great to go through the process with you all. And maybe you've answered this, but with the scoring criteria, is that coming back to council before it is written in stone?
No, I don't believe that is a part of the procurement process, typically.
Mayor, Council, within procurement, that is typically not a role council takes. It's a role that is executed in partnership with purchasing. However, what we would like to inform you of is how we thread that needle on providing equal opportunity, evaluating the same between market and affordable. Sorry, words hard. To come back to inform you of that, hopefully by the 7th, if not, to keep you informed of what that looks like. But purchasing, I would say, makes us put a lot of stuff in there. They don't make us do it. They guide us to it, which is very, very helpful. So, but typically in a procurement process, we're not bringing that criteria. No one is bringing that criteria back to council. And that's what this would be as a procurement process.
Thank you for clarifying that. And Councilmember Matthews kind of stole where I was going to go next. With the loan, I'm just trying to think 30 years, 50 years, all the time in between. It just appears that I don't know if it's worth doing a loan because of all of the staff time, the process, who's going to keep track, what does that look like? We haven't really gotten specific with that, and time is money, and I just am wondering, have you thought about what that will look like for staff? And I can't even fathom what 30 years down the road will look like, let alone 50. So how do we keep track, and how do we keep track of our time and be good stewards of the money?
That was what we were pretty much depending on grants and contracts for, if that's kind of their purpose. And we have, like Sarah said, developed loans with light tech projects, if you want to go ahead, in the past.
We're doing it now. We have things with triggers on them now. We have been keeping track of those via spreadsheet. However, given what we're embarking on with bond funds, et cetera, council approved an allocation of funding as part of this last budget process to invest in software that will assist us greatly in doing this. It's called Neighborly. It has reminders that will pop up. It will auto-generate a number of compliance documents, that type of thing. So I don't see, it's $5 million. Even if it was only $1 million per developer, we're talking about 5. It's not a huge additional piece. We've already encountered the end of affordability periods on light tech developments where we have had to handle the documents. the staff person that is in charge of this might kick me. Actually, she would agree. It's not a huge investment when we get a notice from a title company that says we would like a payoff statement, or we would like to know the status of this loan. It's in year 35. Can we get a payoff statement taking in consideration the forgiveness between year 30 and 35? It's not a huge piece for us. It is something to be done, and thank you for the software that will assist us in doing it. And of course, we will partner with grants and contracts, but as of right now, housing staff is managing all of those. And while it is a commitment of staff time, it's not an overwhelming commitment of staff time.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harris, Councilmember McCarthy, and then Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I trust that the technology will help us to do whatever it is we need to do to track all of that stuff. And in 30 years, who knows, the AI will probably be doing a whole bunch of it. So my last comment to the group or to the whoever I'm talking to, is that we're not giving $5 million to one person. We're taking the $5 million and kind of what people apply for, right? They have to come to us and say, I want to apply for $300,000 or I want to apply for $500,000. Is it likely that we'll have tons of people coming? Applications or whatever for that process. How many do we have? Lots of construction or lots of development going on, like 20, 30, 40 developers coming to us? I mean,
we do not have 20 to 30 to 40 developers coming to us, but I have heard from a handful of developers in the last year explaining to me that their projects are delayed because they have gaps in their funding, because costs have increased, delays, the whole story. Everybody's probably fairly familiar with this. I mean, we don't know for sure who exactly will absolutely apply. It is kind of a new thing. It's a little experimental. A developer may need to kind of consider, what are my needs? So without knowing truly who absolutely will be applying, I can tell you that there are over 10 developments that have committed affordable units that have not been built yet. I've seen them all come along over the years. I know development is a long process, but it's just feeling extra long right now. And so the developers would be aware of the limited that we have $5 million to work with. So I would like to think they would take that into consideration when they're making their asks, knowing that others may be, we see this as well every year, I think, with CDBG money. But it's a kind of a tighter knit group, a tighter group of nonprofits kind of coordinating with each other, I believe. So, but anyway, with this type of funding, with this broad range of applicants, we kind of have to see what they submit to us. Yeah.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. Councilmember Matthews made a comment, and then I'm not sure who it was, but someone on staff says they pointed to the slide that's on the screen right now and said, well, that's taken care of in the bullet that says minimum 10% affordable. Well, that completely misses my point. My point was that we need that, but we also need a statement saying that there has to be a minimum of, and fill in the blank in what number you want to use, but I'm going to suggest 10%, a minimum of 10% market rate units. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
So I'm okay with a loan. I'm also okay with an upfront payment, although I could be convinced otherwise on that. I don't feel strongly one way or the other, but my instinct tells me that that money would be more appreciated up front than doled out over time, and it could be more nimble that way as well. Your answer to Councilmember Harris's questions helped me suss this out a little bit more, but I'm still a little confused, and one of the things I don't like about this process is the timeline. If you could go back to that slide. I agree with Councilmember Matthews. This feels like an RFP, and that's a little bit weird to me. That's not how I ever conceptualized any of this in my head. What I don't want to have happen is that we open a window for solicitation, and then we're stuck with what we get in terms of who applies for that money within that very short period of time. There could be someone who really is deserving of these funds and would be the perfect recipient of them that doesn't have their act together right now. So considering how quickly this $5 million could get chewed up, whether it's over 10 applicants or one perfect one, I don't know. I would just like to build in a little bit more flexibility for the potential that someone new comes along in short order. Does that make sense? Can you speak to that? And I apologize if you've already addressed that. And it's possible that I don't like it because I'm thoroughly confused about something that's not really a problem. So just help me think through that a little bit more.
Okay, so you're thinking if it's this NOFA is released, where does that say? Just December 27th, and someone who is in the early phases of kind of brainstorming, I kind of want to do this, but I don't own property yet. If that person, we tried to open it up to entertain that type of a scenario where developer, builder has an idea, but they don't have city approvals. So to address that, we had a minimum requirement of site control, which I think is pretty flexible. That might make some people kind of nervous. So if that developer were to have a very, even potentially kind of a conceptual, like I want to do this, I have this property, I have an agreement with this landowner, they would be free to apply for the funding.
So I think a part of what the answer is that I heard you when you were answering Councilmember Harris is that there's already a long queue of folks that are kind of ready to go or have wanted to get started on this, and they just need a little push. This incentive might get a lot of people into gear, and that's fine. I'm comfortable with that. My principal concern is about the temporal nature of this, and I don't want to be stuck awarding applicants in a pool of applicants that we don't want to award to, because we've got 8 applicants. Okay. This is pretty theoretical. I'm sure among the folks that are rearing to go on this, there's some qualified projects out there. But do you understand what I'm saying? The RFP, the request for proposals sort of nature of this is just more finite and limited than the way I was thinking about it myself.
Mayor, Council, Justina Costa, I'm your Assistant Housing Director. Thank you so much for this conversation and the question. What you see before you tonight is a process we were asked to provide. We were asked to provide a process for distributing the funds in the fastest way possible. And so that's what you see, that's what this outlines. Our assumption is that the money will go quickly because there are those 10 developers, as Jen said, that are just ready to receive money. If we don't get enough applications in order to allocate the entire $5 million, we would open up the process. Right here it says, until all funds are expended. The NOFA process will be repeated until all funds are expended. And so we would either repeat the identical NOFA process, we would alter it however it needs to be altered, but we would continue it, potentially even consider leaving it open until all the money is gone. We want to get this money on the street as soon as possible.
Okay, I think I understand, and I think my concerns have been addressed. I would just say, because you're looking for direction, I will add my voice to Councilmember McCarthy's. I think there should be something at a bare minimum about market. And again, this isn't a legal question. This is a matter of politics. This is a matter of the contract we've made with our constituents. They voted for this based on the language that was in front of them, and whatever is, so to speak. We need to make sure that our least common denominator is what people would generally understand a sentence to mean. But I don't know that we need to really cater to market rate forces out there. I would put that number at higher than 90%, but I do think we should express that explicitly.
Noted. Thank you.
All right. I didn't see anything in there about either a minimum or a maximum that someone could apply for. Is it in there?
No, it is not. That would be determining or a process of the ranking committee kind of evaluating how much did they ask for, how much can we spread around. It obviously depends on the other applicants. So that was discussed. That was something I was really,
I'm sure it was,
figuring out, like, oh, how do we figure out, how to spread out the 5 million, and what kind of a project would it have to look like in order to get this maximum. And the working group said, no, let's just see what we get. Because if somebody's asking for 2 million in their project, or whatever they're asking for, and their project is very highly deserving, okay, maybe that would exceed our initial maximum in our brain, like, oh, well, we need to spread this out, so let's keep the maximum to whatever few $100,000. If it's truly a shining star of a project, let's exceed kind of some of our initial gut instincts or reactions to cap it and cap it and cap it. So,
thank you. And I like the loan aspect of it, and have liked how we've had previous housing programs, including the down payment assistance, with that money coming back to us. I'm willing to revisit that if at some point in the distribution of this money we see a reason why we should do it differently, but I like that part. And I agree with the language that the staff has presented to us. As I read it, I see that it reflects what the public was told the money would be spent for, so I support that language. And I think you've answered my other questions. So I saw that Councilmember House and then Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up to that question about like a minimum or maximum, I'm assuming that the proposal would need to have like some sort of, I don't know if you want to call it evidence basis for the amount that they're requesting, but is that's built in, I'm assuming, correct?
Right.
Okay.
To understand what their need, what are their expenses, what are their gaps? Having that was the financial feasibility aspect of the submittal requirements. State your case, kind of share everything you possibly can.
Thank you.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to add on to what Vice Mayor was saying, again, about the opening of the solicitation and the deadline, I would like to see that initial, and I appreciate the timeline so we can have a visual of like how long would it take for funding, but I don't think I'm in support of reopening it up at different times of the year. I think it should just stay open. Like the first wave of process can be the cutoff of December 27th, but if not all the monies is distributed, I think it just should stay open, and we process it like we do for other incentives, more of a first come, first serve. And then my only other comment is thinking back on the Roars project, they were looking for $2 million to put 221 units on market. So I hope in the ranking that that is a major factor, that if we have a developer that applies and they're going to put a couple of hundred units, bring it to market, I hope that that weighs the heaviest and not just in incremental awards just to try to spread it out to everybody, because we see a lot of those little 30, unit developments, 10, unit developments, and if we can get to another 200 units out of $2 million or $3 million, I hope that that would be at the top of the line. Right. So I just want to make that comment, but I would like to see this open so there's not that. Most market rate developers don't live in the world of waiting for a grant opening date. And so, and it could very well all be used up, hopefully, in this first round. But if it's not, I would like to ask that it stay open. And then as applications come in, we can consider it and just keep that ball rolling.
Okay. Thank you.
And logistically, because I'm in support of that as well, logistically, what does that look like for you?
That makes me want to ask procurement, is it typical to have an RFP remain open? Is that possible? See, Emily.
I agree with Jennifer. We would need to ask procurement, but what my senses tell me is that the guidance we received is we need to have a process of some sort. So because we are a public entity, perhaps it closes because we need to have a piece. We know what these things are, and then we reopen on a rolling basis. With that, instead of it stay open past that date, let it close. Let us see what we have. Let us see what the awards are. I think the other challenge that came to my head as you were speaking, Councilmember Matthews, is that we're anticipating some of these awards being conditional on other dominoes falling in place. And so we would, in a timely manner, reopen at any point we had additional funding, not additional funding, that we had funding become re-available because the dominoes didn't fall like we anticipated they did. I could be wrong. It has happened before. I am not anticipating small applications. I am not anticipating someone coming in and asking for $250,000. I'm anticipating, unless we have a smaller entity, like a nonprofit developer, et cetera, come in with something small, I am not anticipating small asks. I'm anticipating big asks. And that I would be surprised, and if I'm wrong, I will tell you that day I am surprised, if we don't come to you with recommendations for award of all $5 million within this first round. But I do appreciate the conversation and the thought process playing the what if, so that we as staff can be prepared to fulfill your wishes if I am wrong. It has happened.
Sterling?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, whatever the council direction to staff and to us tonight, we'll take that, be prepared, work with staff to be prepared for your decision and discussion at the next council meeting. If there's any legal advice that we feel is necessary, we'll hold an executive session before that. But again, I don't think we need to go up tonight.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to try to summarize what I heard that might be a little bit different from what you presented. And the one is this rolling deadline. And so you'll come back to us with some information about that. Mm-hmm. The other is the language and how we describe what kinds of project. Well, first of all, is there anyone who feels strongly that a rolling deadline, we don't even want to look at it? Because I've heard 3 of us. Okay, all right. In terms of the language and how projects are described, I've said that I think that the language as is good. Vice Mayor and Councilmember McCarthy have said that they would like to see some changes. What does everyone else think? Okay, so I'm hearing that we, the majority of us think that the language is fine. Did you write down anything else that was major that, yes, please, Sarah.
Note takers. Thank you. Acquisition. It was proposed that perhaps acquisition not be an eligible activity for funding. I think that's the only. Okay, I thought I heard it from two. One or two council members mentioned they were uncomfortable with acquisition being an eligible activity.
Can you bring that slide back up? I'm looking for the language here in the document.
Keep going.
Oh, I know what we're going to. There.
Oh, I see, under eligible uses.
Yeah.
I think isn't the next one, the other one? The ballot language? The second slide?
I don't think it was. I think it was in here. In the document itself, it specifies acquisition as an eligible activity.
Designing, engineering, acquiring, administering, improving, constructing.
One of the conversations had by the working group was that pre-development is often something that is difficult to pay for. And so to have that funding available rather than, hard construction dollars, but to have pre-development be an eligible piece. And so acquiring, we're happy to take out, one of the eligibility criteria is that they show site control. That site control can come in the form of a sales agreement, can come in, it doesn't have to be that they're in full ownership of it at that point in time, but that they do have site control. So in my opinion, removing acquisition as an eligible piece would not be a make or break element, because it would show that it is it's a project that has been thought through. The site is acquired. We're not back of napkinning it. So if council decides to go that way, I think we're fine.
Okay, and are there other council members who feel strongly about this? Oh, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. If the person doesn't have ownership or some other type of control of the property, then the money we give them, if they just skip town, there would be no way to get it back, because there wouldn't be any recorded deed or any lien on the property or anything. So we can't be giving money out unless it's backed up somehow, like through an agreement attached to the owner of the property, not just some wishful thinking. That's my opinion.
And Sarah, didn't you just say that they have to provide proof that they have the land in question?
In order to be eligible to apply, they must have control of the land, either through a valid and current purchase contract, an option agreement, lease agreement, et cetera. We would not, in a situation where they don't own the land, the developer does not own the land, we would not bring you a loan agreement. We could issue a conditional notice of award and say, this looks great, once the land is procured, we'll execute that loan document and we can record the deed and promissory note. Now, we do those things right now sometimes at the closing table. For example, when we're working with Habitat for Humanity with the Land Trust Program, where they own the land and the unit, we execute documents at the closing table that separate that, record the deed of trust and promissory note, et cetera, or the deed restriction at that point in time. So those things can happen simultaneously within a real estate closing. It's just something we have to pay attention to. However, if it was to say that they must own the property in order to, or acquisition is not an eligible cost, then we wouldn't be out the money for acquisition. We will have something to secure it against before we bring you loan documents. Otherwise, we would be in too much of a risky position with taxpayer dollars.
Yeah, I'm okay with it all happening at escrow. That's pretty standard.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess just one thing I just want to share with the council is if a developer doesn't have money to buy the land, and let's say they're purchasing something for $5 million and they come to us for $1 million or $500,000 to help them acquire, they could then finalize that acquisition with that money. But then I start getting very nervous about them being able to fulfill the project, because we're not lenders and we're not going to underwrite their abilities. You're going to show award letters or intentions to award, but I feel very uncomfortable having a lending background that we would put this money out there. Yes, they have a purchase contract, but it's not finalized until it's recorded and everything's funded. And if they need assistance in that, then it makes me really nervous about them being able to deliver the project at the end. And I look at, again, watch, Sterling's going to open his eyes. It does say incentivize, not help, not an acquisition. It just says to give them incentive, not to acquire. So that's just all I'm going to say, obviously, what the rest of the council wants to do. But as a prior lender, that makes me very nervous.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll just tack on to the end of that. I think for me, in hearing that the control of land is one of the eligibility requirements, ultimately then, to me, acquiring doesn't really make sense as something that they could do there, because if they're working to acquire the land, then they don't have control over it. So I think that's where my mind comes down on that maybe it can just easily be removed because it's not necessarily an actual use that could be supported by this program. And I just wanted to add on, as I've been thinking about this other point, and I'll just add my voice to support of the some reference to market rate being in the opening of this. I'm not going to go into all of the reasons that I agree on that, but I do think that because it was part of the original proposal, I'd want to see it as part of the program description.
Okay. I had a thought, Mayor, if I may, is what if we create a scoring criteria that gives when we're prioritizing something within a grant application, and I recognize this is not a grant application. However, we go through a procurement process for those grant monies. When we're prioritizing something in a target neighborhood, you get a point or 5 points if what you're doing is in a target neighborhood. What if in the scoring criteria we were able to acknowledge that it is a mixed income project, rather than 100% affordable, and handle it that way.
Higher weighted points.
With where points would be awarded if it's a mixed income versus 100% affordable.
Do you have thoughts, Councilmember House?
I'm leaning towards being supportive of that. I'm curious as to other folks' thoughts on that, but I think that in order to ensure the competitiveness of it, that would need to be a criteria anyway. I think the point that I and others, namely Vice Mayor and Councilmember McCarthy, has been pointing to is just ensuring that it's understood that the priority here is the inclusion or the incentivizing of affordable development within market rate. I would disagree with getting prescriptive on the percentages of market rate that should be included, but I just was saying that I think it should be referenced somewhere in there, that's one of the priorities of this project. And then also, I do like that idea of including that in the scoring criteria.
We could acknowledge it that way.
So you said you're leaning towards supporting that. You would support that in lieu of changing the language or in addition to?
I think in addition to, but I'm curious as to others' thoughts on that.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just to maybe help things along, I don't think, I appreciate you coming on board with the idea that Councilmember McCarthy first raised, but I don't think we had a majority for that opinion anyway, so. We're still in discussion here. So, but just to point out, it's now there's 3 people wanting that. If someone else doesn't come along, I don't think we need to shift to a whole nother conversation about mixed income. That was my only point, is that it's predicated upon by a majority support of a different idea.
Councilmember Harris.
Let me just ask a question for clarification. So someone could come to you with 100 market units and maybe 10 affordable, and you would consider that under this process, right? And then someone could come to you with 200 affordable and no market, right? And you would take that.
Yes.
So I guess I'm not understanding something. So, but maybe I'm not understanding what people are saying. So are people talking about someone that comes and only has market and no affordable in there? Because didn't our housing plan say that we need all of it? Or even if somebody came that just had market, wouldn't that be okay because our housing plan says we need it all?
Well, it would have to be at least 10% affordable.
At least 10%.
There is that minimum threshold of 10%.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah. I think I want to venture an idea of this from a staff perspective, developing this policy and heading into the NOFA process, the creation of the NOFA scoring criteria, which will not be simple. I'm listening for the word priority. I personally, I was hesitant to use the word priority. Was a hard word to use in this, the way this has ended up, because we want to be open, we want to be flexible. We didn't want to dictate a particular priority. We wanted to be open and just see what we got. So that's what I think is useful with this conversation. Is there a sense of a priority that you would like to impose on the scoring criteria? I feel like that is a productive place for me.
If I might, Mayor, the Vice Mayor raised a good point. Are there 4 members of council that are not in favor of the language as proposed? that want to consider an alternative. And
I'm not seeing 4 people who are in favor of changing it.
Okay.
Okay. So we have.
Mayor, may I make a quick comment?
Sure.
I think there were 3 members that said they did want to do it, and then Lori Matthews kind of alluded to it, but didn't really say definitively. So I guess I'd ask her if she's okay with the way it is now, or if she thinks that we should add language that's consistent with the pamphlet that went out to the voters.
So, in responding to Councilmember McCarthy, I am sensitive to the language in the pamphlet that says funding will be utilized to incentivize private developers, including nonprofits, to incorporate affordable rental housing in market rate developments. The investment is anticipated to create estimated 400 to 500 rental units affordable to the residents of Flagstaff in addition to the market rate units. So I'm struggling with that because it says to incorporate affordable units in market rate developments. And I don't want to be the clog in the wheel, but I'm having difficulty with that, not having that language in there.
Mayor and Council, if the Council wants to give direction and ask for an executive session about any potential changes to the language, we can do that between now and the Council meeting. The direction tonight can be, let's hold till we hear that. That's fine too. However the Council wants to proceed. The direction can be, no, we're going to go with the language as is, if that's what 4 or more of the Council members say. Again, it's not a vote tonight, but it is direction that you're giving to staff.
So Councilmember Matthews, are you saying that you'd like your direction to be to include that phrase?
Yes.
Okay. So now you do have the direction to do that. And so there were 3 main points that we were still making sure that you had clarity on, correct?
Acquisition, which staff is absolutely comfortable with acquisition coming out. It was included because our goal was to be as open, as flexible as possible. It makes logical sense for it to come out. We're fine. I feel the Housing Commission would be fine.
Did we get direction on upfront versus half and half trigger points?
What's your count on trigger points or upfront?
One more time, trigger points. One more just quick question. So by 4 individuals saying to change the language, that means that we are no longer going to accept an application from a developer who has a 100% affordable development for this funding. Is that the understanding?
Yeah, so I'm actually going to switch my direction back towards allowing for 100% affordable. I do think that's what we're trying to achieve here, and that's what we don't have enough of, and that's the opportunity that's in front of us. And so just to make the whole point moot, I'm going to go ahead and reverse course and side with the new majority.
Okay. What's that?
So is that super clear?
Yes, Mayor and Council, thank you for the direction. The last one was funding upfront at loan approval or at trigger points along the way. And additionally, there we go. These were suggestions, a trigger point such as half at building permit and half at certificate of occupancy. That way we're securing the money against units, not just land. However, we are able to secure the funding against only land in the event you would like to provide the funding prior to construction. Now, we can and most likely will come to you with recommendations for conditional funding that if the dominoes for the other funding don't fall in place, that money would not be provided. So when we say upfront, we mean after we have executed a negotiated loan agreement with you and the other party. At the point of loan approval, or at the point of other development milestones.
Councilmember Harris?
So I have a clarifying question. So we approve someone, they come to us, they start their building process, and then something happens and it just stops. Is that a risk that we take? And what, they just, I don't know, maybe somebody stole all their money or something, I don't know, but they stop.
Mayor, Councilmember Harris, this is something that both the working group, the Housing Commission, and staff has struggled with. Our understanding of the desire for this funding is to provide funding in places where others do not. And it is difficult at times to get money for some of that pre-development work, to get money to do the, who was it that said first in? I think it was Councilmember Matthews. A lot of funding sources hesitate to be first money at the table because they want to make sure that others are buying into it as well. So it's always risky to be that first in. Now, we can make that first in commitment with a letter of award. We're on board. I think the question comes at when do we expend that money. If we expend half at building permits and they go belly up halfway through construction, there would be the loan, that piece of it would still be due and repayable, and we have fabulous legal minds that can craft documents. He smirked at me. That can craft documents that protect us to the greatest degree possible. But we always run the risk of a developer runs entirely out of money that we may not be able to recapture it. And so if council's comfort level is that we will make a notice of commitment, we will make a notice of award, we are ready to execute loan documents, and here are your trigger points for payment. If that feels more risk tolerant, we're open to that. Our goal was to provide options and flexibility where local money means local rules. We're not beholden to anyone except our voters and our city council for the use of these funds. And so we were looking to create opportunities where other funds are restricted in particular areas.
I trust that Sterling will make sure our money is safe.
But you're looking for direction on upfront at loan approval or trigger point?
We are looking to see what council's tolerance is of those, yes.
Justina counted one person in favor, I believe.
And also because this is not addressed in the current document. And so we wanted to provide you all with an opportunity to, if you would like to add a trigger point, we can, or we can leave the document as it is with no trigger point. That's why this is in here, because after we wrote the document, took it to the Housing Commission for conversation, this kind of bubbled up, and we, based on the way the document's written, we're not allowed to make changes after Housing Commission approval, and so in order to do that, we wanted to present that to you so that then we could make those changes should you all wish. So that's why it's up here.
What do we think? Councilmember House.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate, I think I was probably the one count that you had for being more in favor of upfront at loan approval.
All right, upfront.
Okay. Is that everything?
I think we're
Acquisition.
You have clear direction, correct?
Council, I would like to thank you for embarking on what was a difficult discussion. We had a lot of difficult discussions and tried to bring to you a product that had most of those settled down. Thank you so much for your input and thoughtful conversation to help us really create a program that balances the needs of our community with the use of this funding. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's take a 15-minute break and be back at 7:01. All right. Welcome back. Let's move down. We are down to item number 8. We are energized and ready to give our full attention. Thank you.
I'll turn that on. Thank you so much for your time and attention. I know you've been going for a long time today, so I will try to be as concise as I can be. There are 4 amendments that I'm going to go through for you. 3 are on the easier side. They're pretty short and sweet. One's a little bit more meaty and dense. Please feel free to interrupt me throughout. Wherever you have a question, it's just best to ask me right on the spot because we're looking at so many different amendments. So feel free to interrupt, and I'll go ahead and get started. So tonight we're looking at 4 different text amendments. This is a work session. I'm not looking for anything formal in terms of recommendations. This is one of many opportunities for the public and for you as electeds and for commission members to start to see these text amendments before they come forward to public hearing. At the end of this presentation, I'll kind of go over the schedule and what our intentions are for working through these amendments. So the first amendment tonight is creating standards for neighborhood and regional meeting facilities. Next up, we'll have the addition of residential uses within the public facility zone. Third will be the lot development standards for the MH zone or manufactured home zone. And lastly is the tough one, which is our planned residential development standards. So the first up is our meeting facilities, public and private. This use is sort of the combination of 2 things under one definition, which makes them really difficult. It's both neighborhood meeting facilities and regional meeting facilities. They are combined together under one definition and specifically exclude convention facilities or meet that kind of level of facility. So when we were working with a recent large developer and they were interested in doing a conference center, there was no great place to put them. In looking at these uses, what's really interesting is the way that we were separating them was whether or not they had less than or more than 250 seats. So if you had more than 250 seats, you were regional. If you had less than, you were neighborhood. And then but you could still apply for a conditional use permit in the residential zones to exceed 250 seats. Also, it was a matter of whether or not you sold alcohol. So those seemed like odd ways to differentiate these uses. The better way to differentiate these uses is one is more of a neighborhood civic type facility, where one is really more of a commercial activity and is a commercial venue. So that's what we've done, is we've basically split this and created 2 different definitions. We've got now a neighborhood meeting facility, which is a facility for public or private meetings, recreation or social activity not operated for profit, including community centers, civic and private auditoriums, lodges or fraternal associations, union halls, meeting halls for clubs, and other membership organization and similar activities. May include community, cultural, and educational uses that provide local services to the residents of the neighborhood. So making it really clear what neighborhood is, and then making it really clear that a regional is that commercial entity. It's a facility owned and operated by public or private entity intended primarily for the conducting of organized assembly, including trade shows, civic events, charitable events, conferences, conventions, seminars, receptions, meetings, parties, with or without the provision of food or live music and entertainment. Events are typically held by an individual entity organization on an advanced registration basis. We currently do not have this use anywhere in the zoning code. So if you wanted to come in today and build a conference center or convention center, we would not be able to accommodate you. This is an amendment that I did run through our economic vitality group. They're very supportive of this. There are some small tweaks and changes we make to the standards for each of these facilities. We're not really basing it on whether or not they sell alcohol. That's not the point anymore. And it's not really based on the number of people within the building. It's just really one is more commercial and one is more community-based. So we changed some of the standards as well, taking away the requirement that you had to be on an arterial road, for example, for a regional. We evaluate all projects based on what traffic they generate and how they work. And so facilities come in all different types of sizes and shapes. And so the standards were sort of putting us in a box and limiting our allowance to be flexible with developers as these uses come on board. And we definitely have processes and procedures to manage traffic and do all of those things. So we felt comfortable also amending those standards. Yep.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to go back to that definition, meeting facilities, comma, neighborhood. Okay, so here's another what if. So are we talking only about new construction, or are we talking about turning what might be a space into a meeting facility neighborhood? Am I making sense? Okay, so if there's already an existing, say a 3-story building with 12 apartments, and then they decide that they want to change it to not a residential, but change it to meet this facility's neighborhood zoning. I mean, maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying.
So neighborhood meeting facilities is a land use.
Okay.
That land use would be permitted in any of the residential zones.
Okay.
If you had an existing apartment building and you wanted to convert it, it would be a change of use. But you would be limited to what's in this definition. So you could only be a facility for public or private meetings not operated for profit and that provide local services directly to the residents of the neighborhood. That's where you would be limited if you were in a residential zone. If you were in a commercial zone, then you could do the commercial use. Good? Okay. Next one up. This is a bold move. This is adding residential uses in the public facility zone. This is probably the one I think you'll probably hear more from in terms of the public. And so I'll begin to tell you why. But the reason why we're starting to look at this is because last year you adopted a resolution that basically, in its shortened state, gives housing the first right of refusal on city-owned land. So if the city is going to dispose of property or that property is vacated, that the housing section has that first opportunity to evaluate that property for use as housing. So let's talk about the public facility zone. The public facility zone is the zoning district where most of our parks are located. That's the primary land use, but it's not the only land use. There are several other land uses that are permitted in the public facility zone now. For example, employee housing is a permitted use already existing in the public facility zone. So are congregate care facilities. There are a slew of institutional residential uses such as monasteries or convents, those types of uses that require conditional use permits in this zone. Public facilities also covers utility installations. It covers a vast array of properties. So not every property in the public facility zone is a park or designated to be a park, but certainly I think there's a fear that this could put a competition on lands that are parks or that are designated for future parks. So how many properties are we talking about in the public facility zone? There are right now 181 parcels. The city of Flagstaff owns 40% of those. 29% is owned by NAU. Yes, we put zoning on NAU's property, but they don't have to comply with our zoning category. So you can pretty much consider that 29% out of. FUSD owns 9%. Other government and quasi-public agency, APS, museums, county, Unisource, Lowell, they own 12%. And the remaining 10% fall under private ownership. They do tend to be small, awkward. They're not all very interesting pieces of land. I'm not saying we're really mining a huge source of land. This map right here shows you all of the city-owned lands in the public facility zone. There are probably just a few that may work in the future for housing. What I could tell you is that it takes up to a year to rezone a property from any zone to another zone, and can potentially take longer based on community and public feedback. When you have a project that's right and ready to go, and especially an affordable housing project, that year can kill the funding, that year can kill the project. The idea here is that you as city council ultimately have control when it's your direction to use city land in a way that is for the use of housing. This will allow that to move along a lot faster and will not require that jump through those rezoning hoops that are required.
Tiffany, can I ask, and so like with NAUs, well, NAU is probably an outlier. FUSD, I mean, I've heard talk of different public entities building employee housing or some kind of housing on their land. Currently, they would have to get that rezoned or apply for a conditional use permit, right?
Potentially, yes.
And so this would then just allow them by right to be able to put housing on their properties as well as the city.
That's correct. Yes. So FUSD, I know, was looking at the potential of adding some residential onto a site. This would allow those things to move along much easier in that process. But again, for the city-owned properties, there's a lot of still decision-making to happen there. I mean, the thing with schools is that they tend to already be in residential areas, so those residential uses aren't uncompatible. Because we're adding residential uses, we also have to add some standards for development. So we went with the highest, which was high-density residential, which goes up to 29 units per acre, and would stick with allowing multifamily, duplexes, and single-family. So that's the proposal now. What I will tell you is I had hoped to get in front of the Parks and Rec Commission before coming to you with this work session item. Unfortunately, I missed this month, and I'll need to go next month. And so this amendment is going to get delayed a little bit. It's not going to follow the process or the schedule that we have for the other amendments. So there's definitely a lot of time to continue conversation on this. We did recently have an open house. We've had no attendees. I recently did have some email exchanges about concerns, and I know that there are concerns about different properties, and so a lot of these properties I think people in turn have a lot of concern and feelings for, but ultimately where we feel comfortable as staff is that council ultimately has a lot of control over the majority of these properties. Does anybody have any questions?
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not really a really good map reader. So which are our properties? The greens?
Yes.
Okay. And then, like I said, I'm not a good map reader. So where are they located? All over the city?
Yes.
And so does that mean that wherever they're located in that neighborhood, the whole zoning is going to change?
No, well, the uses become allowed in the zoning district. So their zoning doesn't change. All of these parcels will remain
just
public.
they can use those. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
And regarding, public comment that was submitted in writing, concern about building housing on city-owned parkland, what is your answer to that, or your response?
Sure. So, this is not the intention to replace existing parks or lands that are already designated for parks. There were a lot of city-owned lands that were actually designated for housing that sort of got pushed into the public facility zone because they were owned by the city. So when the last zoning code came into play, we pushed a lot of city-owned lands into this zoning category because most of what fits in the zoning category is what we would use lands for. But there were some lands that were definitely considered for housing. And I can think of at least 2 that are in the PEF zone that have housing potential, but that rezoning process would really delay those projects moving forward. And there are sites that have had concept plans already looked at or created for those sites. They may be 5-6 units. There might not be anything huge, but these could also be pieces of land that are left over from other needs or uses in which the city acquired those lands to begin with. I think ultimately it's council's decision to decide to remove a park to add in housing. I mean, parks are just as in need as much as housing is in need, and I think we heard that earlier tonight. But I think there's also this incredible option that we would be remiss if we didn't think about the possibility for public-private partnership in the future, because we've had a hard time developing regional facilities. They're costly, it's very expensive. There was a development case where we once looked at doing something like that, and we might be able to find a very interesting partner who is willing to help us develop recreational facilities in addition to developing housing. So, I mean, sky's the limit, right? So why not give ourselves the amount of creativity to go out and sort of pursue those things? But it would be much harder to pursue those types of projects if our zoning code doesn't allow it. Anyone else? Questions? Okay. This last one is for our manufactured home zone. Right now, the zoning code says that the minimum parcel size within the manufactured home zone is 5 acres. The minimum lot size in most zones is 6,000 square feet. So this amendment proposes a minimum of 4,000 square feet, and I'll tell you where that number comes from. Under the Land Development Code, we allowed a process called the plan development. This will tie into the next amendment coming up. Plan development allowed a creative approach to doing housing development within Flagstaff, and it allowed you to create smaller lots with the provision of open space. Most of the manufactured home park subdivisions that we have today, they were developed using this standard. And the lot sizes within our manufactured home parks now range from about 4,500 square feet all the way up. Railroad Springs actually has lots in the 10,000 square foot range. It all depends on what that land can manage in terms of its resources and slopes and all of those other things. But that 4,000 square foot was the minimum allowed, required in the Land Development Code. So we're pulling that forward and bringing it into the current code. There are places in the city that do have MH zoning on them. They're ripe for redevelopment. There are small places where an additional lot can be added here and there. And in a zone that's fairly limited and pretty heavily developed, it offers another flexible housing type in Flagstaff. Additionally, we had a requirement. So that 5 acres was specific to, so these are examples of existing subdivisions. Mobile Haven subdivision, which is on the east side of town, it has the smaller lots of all of the manufactured home subdivisions that we have, of which we actually have quite a lot of. Quite a few of them are on the east side. I live close by to these neighborhoods. So the other provision in this standard, or in these manufactured home park zones, is that we also allow a manufactured home park. So we allow the division of a subdivision, which is you have your own lot and you have your manufactured home on your lot. A manufactured home park is sort of the equivalent of an apartment complex. You have multiple homes on the same parcel of land, you rent your space. Sounds a little scary, but there are some fairly okay laws in Arizona that do protect, not everyone, but they do try to protect tenants within mobile home parks, so it's not as easy to evict. I'm not saying that they're perfect standards by any chance, but they go a long way towards trying to help folks who live in these situations. But a manufactured home park being equivalent to multifamily development, we're essentially proposing that it too doesn't have this requirement to be 5 acres to be a mobile home park. I will tell you our newest tiny home village actually qualifies as a mobile home park. That's its legal use. It's 2.5 acres. So there's no reason that it has to be a 5-acre parcel. That was an existing parcel. We just accepted it as legal non-conforming. They weren't creating a new. But the point is that we could create 3-unit mobile home parks. It wouldn't be any different than creating a 3-unit apartment complex. So we're trying to treat like development as we would others. So that's the proposal here, is to remove that 5-acre lot standard. It would just be based on density standards like all development is in every other zoning category. All right, so that's going to take us to the meat of the night. So planned residential development is a development option in the zoning code that allows a developer or requires a developer to currently use the transect zone or the form-based code standards in order to make their development a priority. We do this in 2 ways in the zoning code. We do this in relation to subdivisions, which you actually see a lot of. So Timber Sky, for example, has a lot of subdivisions that are this PRD, where you'll see them using the transect zone standards rather than the conventional zoning that they're in. So a lot of those parcels are either in the MR or the R1 zone, but they're using the transect standards. The other place where we use these standards is a little interesting. So right now, I'm going to skip. Right now, if you build a duplex or a multifamily development in the RR, rural residential, estate residential, or single-family residential zone, you have to meet the form-based code standards. So what you really need to remember about the form-based code standards is that those are urban standards. They want the house close to the street. They have a lot more lot coverage. I'll give you an example here real shortly of what that is, but it's tough trying to make that happen on a rural residential large acreage lot, trying to use these transect standards. And because they're form-based standards, they don't just change the setbacks, they also change the size of the building that you're allowed to build. So they put dimensional requirements on the building, which is also sort of interesting. So I'm gonna show you an example here. Because the other instance, and I'll just point this out, is if you want to build a single-family home in the MR or the HR zone, you have to use the form-based code standard. Don't have to use the form-based code standard if you build a duplex or multifamily, only if you build a single family. So what does that look like? Sunnyside, you've got a 7,200 square foot lot, zoned MR. Owner would like to build a single family dwelling. Instead of using the MR development standards, building height, setbacks, etc., the owner would need to use the T4N2 development standards. So here's the differential. You can see that one off, could change the uniformity of what is in this zoning category. So front setback goes from 10 feet to 5 feet, side setback goes from 5 feet to 3 feet. Of course, if you build a duplex, you're meeting the 5 feet. If you do single family, you've got to meet 3 feet, or you've got to at least meet 3 feet. Rear setback goes to 3 feet. Lot coverage goes to 80% from 40%. And the little fun thing about building height is it goes from 35 feet to 52 feet. So the owner would also then need to follow the standards listed in the building types, which would call out the specific single family or single family cottage, and they would have to meet those dimensional standards of those buildings. I'm going to show you a little bit. I hate using this example because this is actually a housing solutions project. So it's not a super great example because I actually really love this project. And Carl designed this building. But my point on this is when you can see this has greater lot coverage. So this building is taking up a lot more of the lot. It's actually a triplex. The building is much closer to the street than the adjacent buildings, and then you can see the proportionality difference. I mean, even though this building stayed within the height of the underlying zone, which we really try to keep, you can see that proportionally, just even the length and bulk of this building, it's much different than the surrounding property owners because it's built using completely different standards. So this is one of the things that staff grows ever more concerned with is mixing and matching development standards. We have a lot of folks come in and they want to use, when they're in the Transect zone, and they want to use the Transect zone standards. But then they like to mix and match. And this is this tool that likes to mix and match. And it really makes it complicated for the applicants. It makes it complicated for staff. And ultimately, it makes it complicated for the public to understand what code are we applying when and how. The best way that we use the PRD is when we're creating new subdivisions. And the reason why is because you're creating a whole neighborhood and a whole subdivision that has the same setbacks and the same development standards and the same patterns of development. So you're no longer one-off changing. So what does this amendment really do? So it's a lot of pages, and it touches a lot of different pieces of the code. But ultimately what it's doing is it's taking the planned residential development and putting it specifically on new subdivisions. You want to build a single-family home in the MR or the HR zone, you're going to use the standards of the zoning district that you're in. It's as easy as that. The one trick to this is that in the rural residential, estate residential, and single-family residential, we allow multifamily development, but we only allow that multifamily development in single or duplex buildings. So think McMillan Mesa. When you see the bungalow project, that is a multifamily project. There are two of them. One is in medium density and one is actually in single family. The first one built was in the R1 zone as a PRD. It uses only a single family building or a duplex building, and they're low in scale. So that is the point, is that we do still keep that requirement that if you're going to build multifamily in those zoning categories, it's going to be more consistent with the development pattern that already exists. And so I'm going to go back and cover a couple of other things. This is a tool used by a few of our developers in town. So before even attempting to make this amendment happen, we reached out, said, is this something you can work with? Because I think the last thing we want is to do something really complicated with the code and have more Prop 207 claims. So that was the goal. Would you be open to this conversation of doing this? And I got lots of positive feedback, but I also got the request for additional changes. And one of those changes is to this civic space requirement in the code. Right now, we require residential developments with 50 or more dwellings to have 5% of the gross development site as a civic space, and that civic space has to be open to the public. So think about a development that's using PRD that then is also required to provide 15% of its site as open space. They now have to set aside 20% of that site as either open space or civic space. That civic space is generally owned and operated by the homeowners association, but they have to keep it open to the general public. And then on top of it, you've also got to manage resources. So on a residential development, you're looking at preserving 50% of your tree resources, 70% of certain percentage of slopes. It all starts to add up. And we're having a hard time getting projects meeting their minimum densities. That's just meeting the minimum density of the zone, not even cracking the top of the, getting them to, usually you have people coming in and saying, I want to exceed. This is more of a problem when we're doing detached single-family homes than when we're doing multifamily homes, because of course with multifamily we can tend to go up. But it also forces us to go up when we can't go out. So this was a request. I have included it in here. The 15% would be specific to residential development. The 5% civic space becomes specific to commercial development. That's the big change. So I'm taking this a little out of order. There are some general cleanup in this text amendment, and I'm just going to show you really quick why. When you see this table, you can see meeting facilities. Under neighborhood, it says permitted and use permit, and then a footnote. This is very confusing. Is this a permitted use or is this a conditional use? Well, if you scroll down to the bottom and you read a footnote, you're going to get an inkling that what is permitted and what's a use permit. But in this proposal, all we do is we break out these lines so we no longer have permitted and use permit in the same line. It's just very clear. It's just a technical cleanup, makes it smoother for the public to read, makes it smoother for staff to read. And I promise I'm trying to go fast. So I'm going to skip ahead to the real big meat of this planned residential development. So we do not want to forego the best parts of the form-based code. The form-based code and the transect zones are really trying to get us to that walkable neighborhood, that feeling of traditional neighborhood design. And there's a lot of great things about traditional neighborhood design. So what we did is we tried to take all of the components of what we get out of a development that's using the form-based code and offer them as a menu of options for developers, a menu that the developer can choose from. It's at their discretion. That they basically need, out of their menu, they need to come up with 5 points. And each one of these is weighted with a point value. Each one of these design options that they need to incorporate into their subdivision is graded with a point value. And their points need to add up to 5 in order to get smaller lot sizes, larger lot coverage, reduced setbacks, all of those things. So it's really kind of an incentive type tool. So the first 2 of those design criteria are meeting our housing crisis and our carbon neutrality goals. So the first 2, the highest points, the most expensive options that you can do have the higher point value. So the first one is provision of 10% of all of the units, category 1 affordable housing. Done deal. You can have the setbacks, you can have the lots. We're not going to make you do anything else. You come in with 100%, I'm sorry, it's A and C. You come in with 100% of the residential uses as all electric. We're going to give you 3 points. Now, you're saying, Tiffany, why are you giving them 3 points? Well, I talked about this with sustainability, and their feeling is we don't want to lose sight of all of these other things. They're really great features, and we wouldn't want to lose any of those other features and give 5 points directly just for this particular use. So this was a point value vetted with sustainability in that regard. But it includes things like a street network that includes alleys. I've been trying like heck to get a development with alleys in it forever. Presidio's the one that has it. I'm sure you've heard lots of pros and cons about that. But again, 4 points because it adds a lot of cost to a development. It takes a lot of right of way, all that good stuff. Average dwelling units no larger than 1,800 square feet. Smaller homes don't necessarily equate to cheaper homes, but we're sure going to try. And then a street network that connects at right angles to the greatest extent feasible with no cul-de-sacs or similar turnarounds. This is necessary for good bike and pedestrian connection. Within a neighborhood, this is how you start to design it. Significant traffic calming design features. Again, focusing on bike and ped within that neighborhood as a whole. Detached garages located behind the primary structure. The fewer garages you have on that front facade, the less driveways you have, the safer you're going to make it for bikes and peds. All residential units within the subdivision include a minimum 80 square foot front entry feature associated with the front entry door with a direct pedestrian connection from the front door to the sidewalk. Yes, we do need to be that specific. Subdivisions that incorporate a combination of single-family, duplex, and multifamily. We're trying to get that missing middle. We want to have subdivisions that have it all. We don't just want subdivisions with single-family. We want them to include duplexes and multifamily. The provision of recreational amenities within a park or common space area, including but not limited to dog parks, picnic areas, sports courts. At least 50% of the required resources are maintained within common space areas, not on the individual lots. I can't even tell you how many times we have to deal with complaints about neighbors cutting down trees and other problems, and people don't even know. They buy a house, they don't know what our resource standards are, they don't know what they have to keep. It works better when our resources are on common open space areas. Attached street-facing garages are less than 50% of the width of the primary structure. Again, trying to reduce the number of driveways that are occurring on the block. or at least separating them out further. Subdivision CCNRs and setback standards do not prohibit the development of accessory dwelling units. That's one of the big complaints I've heard over time is that's great that you guys have allowed them, but subdivisions are prohibiting them. A minimum of 15% of all single-family dwellings include requirements for accessory dwelling units. Subdivisions exceed the minimum density of the applicable zoning district by at least one whole unit per acre, no fractions, for example. So we're going to give you points for getting over the minimum. And then subdivisions include pedestrian environments, including outdoor seating areas, larger landscape areas. So you can see we're trying to hit so many different of our recent goals and requirements, and we're trying to get them incorporated into these new subdivisions, which are so desirable in our community, and they definitely provide a need, but they also are really land consuming, and when they end up being low density, they don't benefit as many people as they need to. So with that, I'll be quiet, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
All right, Council, what do you think? Questions, comments? Councilmember Matthews?
And I apologize, Tiffany, my brain is a little numb. Yep. So with that last presentation, and I'm sure I missed it, you're wanting to replace the requirements currently for that type of zoning?
So right now in the zoning code, it says if you want to, that's just, oh, it's right here. Did I close it? Of course I did. Right now in the zoning code, what it says is if you want to build a single family home in the MR zone, for example, instead of listing a P or UP, it says PRD. That takes you to a specific section in the code which gives you a table. And in that table, it tells you what building types are allowed in your underlying zoning district. So if you're in the MR, HR zone, and you want to do single family, your options are single family cottage and single family dwelling. From there, it says that the planning director picks the appropriate transect zone, which we've kind of calibrated. I mean, we did it the first time around, and then we kind of have stuck with it. So MR and HR are most likely to be the T4 zone. R1, ER, and RR are most likely to be the T3 zone. We use the N2 standards instead of the N1. N1 is what's calibrated to downtown. So we use the N2 development standards because those are what are calibrated for new developments. And then we use those setbacks, those lot coverages, which are different. They're much more urban standards than our conventional zoning code. I know, it's easy, right? Simple. It only took me 2 years to figure this out when I started working at the city, and I will tell you it's cost me countless tears and nightmares. It is dramatically hard for staff to work through this detail, and it is hard to take alternative standards and apply them administratively in existing areas. It is much easier when we take them through a subdivision plat and you all get to have final say. It's no longer 100% administrative. We are not adjusting setbacks and lot standards administratively. We are now doing it through a public process. That's the big change.
So what is the negative on that? Like, who will it now exclude in a development? What would it exclude?
It doesn't exclude anything. It actually makes developing by right easier under your existing standards, not having to be complicated by using the trans-sector form-based code standards. But when we're creating these subdivisions, we're going to give a little to get a little, essentially.
Thank you.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Tiffany. And I'm going to try and make this question make sense, so tell me if it does not.
Okay.
With the concern that was raised about the the rewriting of some of this zoning language that could infringe on parkland, is there any way to ensure that that is not part of what the change would do? Like to specify that it doesn't apply to land that's been designated for park use or anything like that? Or would that be overly complicated?
So going back to the residential uses in the PF zone, if you want to do that, we could certainly try to add in a footnote that says that residential uses are not allowed on sites that are existing or designated for future parks. But you only tie your own hands in terms of giving yourself the flexibility to use city lands. I get it, right? It does make it more vulnerable. It feels scary. I don't think I could see the day when, there wouldn't be 105,000 people in line if you were going to turn Buffalo Park into housing. You were going to convert it into a subdivision. I think most people would, me included, would be in that line. I don't think that that's the intention of it, but I think that, again, there's always that creativity and that possibility for working public-private partnerships on future. I don't think any existing proposed parks are necessarily at risk. Here's the other thing, is a lot of these properties have deed restrictions on them. They also have additional ordinances. For example, the old Public Works yard comes to mind. There's an ordinance, how we acquired that property. It limits it to park uses. So, there are other protections in place on some of these properties that fall outside of the zoning code. There are other ways, for example, while we've put Observatory Mesa in the public open space zone, and we're not adding residential uses in that zone, but while we've put that land in the zone, it's also protected by how we acquired it through the state land department. It's got conservation easements on it. So land is controlled and managed through lots of tools and not just the zoning code. So maybe if it were really concerning to the public, we could go through and add additional dedications onto all of the existing parks, and just be really, really specific and deed restrict those properties, that these will only ever be used for these purposes.
Thank you.
Council, additional thoughts, concerns? Councilmember Harris.
Growing up in the Midwest, most of our garages were on alleys. So that's real common for me. So that makes sense. I'm a little concerned about, and maybe I'm not understanding this correct. You're not suggesting that we take our parks and turn them into residential. That's not what you're suggesting with this code,
No.
right? No.
Just
Okay.
we have lots of different pieces of land for lots of different uses in the same zoning district. It just happens to be the zoning district that also has parks in it. And so parks is a land use just like residential is a land use. And just because the land use exists there doesn't mean that any development has even been proposed or is anticipated.
Okay, so then the land that we own, that's our land, is it designated now for anything that we know of?
All of our land has a ton of different designations on it. I don't know if you've all have seen the real estate story map that's on our GIS website. It's a pretty handy tool. I go to it often. It's not a perfect tool. I'm not going to say it's a perfect tool and it has every answer because, gosh, that would be hard. But it can give you a really good feeling of how certain properties are designated. For example, I happen to have been looking for a potential site for a fire station on Lake Mary Road once. There's an existing fire station. There's also a really big piece of open space next to it that the city of Flagstaff owns. So what's the first thing I did is I checked that parcel. Nope, it's designated officially as open space. So, we definitely all internally use that story map to try to get a better understanding. We work with our real estate division. We have staff members who help identify what our land has been dedicated for. But again, it's not 100% perfect science. Things have gone awry in the past.
Yeah, I'll just very briefly say thank you for bringing this forward. I think there are important things to consider. You're trying to think creatively and about our affordable housing crisis, about our density. I think it's really important. I like all of these ideas. I don't think I'm going to support 136, the one that we were just talking about. Mm-hmm. You mentioned a solution that we could go back and retro designate a lot of these things. I think that's a lot of extra work and unnecessary, and I just don't know that we want to throw a rock at the beehive on that particular score when we have so many other good ideas that we can also implement here. So that's just my out loud thinking for the time being.
Thank you.
And when do you expect this to come back to us for decision?
Sure. So we have a work session with Planning and Zoning Commission tomorrow on all of these amendments. We have another work session with the Housing Commission on Thursday. We will be following up with the Parks and Rec Commission hopefully on November 20th. In the meantime, the planned residential development, the manufactured home zone, and the meeting facilities are going to move forward to public hearing. Everything except the one that Vice Mayor just mentioned would move forward to public hearing, hopefully to Planning and Zoning Commission on November 8th, and then be back to you on November 21st for public hearing, first read, second read December 5th. The specific amendment that we just talked about, the residential uses in the PF zone, if it moves forward, would lag behind a month or two.
Okay. Any last questions, comments? Thank you very much.
Thanks for your patience, and I appreciate your time.
Okay, moving down to 9, review proposed building and property care standards and amendments to the littering and abandoned vehicle city code chapters.
Oh, good evening. Look, this is all pulled up for me. Let's see here. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Dan Folk, Community Development Director. And so I'm going to give you an update tonight and hopefully get some direction to get our property care standards over the finish line. The last time I was here was in June. And so some of this information you've seen already, but I included it primarily just as kind of a refresher and for folks who might be watching us and for the first time. I'm sure a lot of people are watching this instead of the Diamondbacks game. They're only 6 outs away from going to the World Series. They're ahead 4-2, in case you're interested. All right, so I'll give you some background. You've seen some of this language before. We do have new language to show you tonight as well. So this is just a little overview of what we're going to be looking at. I always want to acknowledge the team that's really been helping me on this project. It's kind of been on again, off again. Tiffany, of course, Reggie, Kevin Finsel up in the attorney's office, and Mark Revis, our historic preservation officer, neighborhood planner. So again, just kind of a broad overview. What is a property maintenance ordinance? We're now calling them property care standards. Basically, how do you there are rules for maintaining land and buildings. They include life and safety regulations. We heard about garbage and debris, hazardous conditions, deteriorating structures, and then abandoned structures and vehicles. It deals with private property. I'll mention that as well. So these are all rules for private property, not public right-of-way or streets. Some of the things that we're always aware of when we're considering new rules and codes, obviously we have 2 declared emergencies. We have a very vibrant neighborhood and heritage preservation program. Social equity is something we've talked about every time we've had this topic on the agenda. And then the health and safety of neighborhoods is why we're doing this. Again, we did a survey back in 2022. The top topics were the accumulation of junk and debris, trash and waste. I think the top three are related to trash, waste, debris. And then you do see vehicles ranked highly, so non-working vehicles, and then building deterioration. So I think we're hitting all of those priorities with this code. Some of the concerns we heard about were inequitable impacts. So what is the ability of folks to comply with the property care standards? People have different ability to maintain their property. We have a lot of existing rules in place, and so this is really the approach we've taken, which is some simple standards which are supported by other sections of our code. There's some subjectivity to aesthetic elements. That's something we heard about. And so we try to make them as clear and accurate as possible and try to remove subjectivity in our codes. That can be difficult. And then, of course, even in casual conversation when I bring this up, people, almost the first thing they say is, that sounds like an HOA. And so that's also a big thing we've heard about. We don't want rules to be too much like a homeowners association. So again, our approach that has been endorsed and we've been progressing through is to create these clear and simple standards, use our existing code to support them, and I'm going to talk about some of the amendments tonight in those. We've created an appendix which provides direction on how you maintain your property. Continue to work with the League of Neighborhoods, and then eventually this next budget cycle, should you adopt these standards, we may ask for a budget request to help try a program to help assist people who need some financial assistance. And so these are the actual standards. You've seen these before. I've put in some bold emphasis. This is not in the actual code, but this is just to highlight some areas that I wanted to emphasize. And so why are we doing it? To improve and maintain the appearance of the city, to improve the quality of life by protecting health, safety, and welfare. It would apply to all residential and non-residential buildings. And then again, we want to protect against hazardous conditions and deterioration. The intent is something we worked very hard on with the public and the working group. Again, I've just highlighted things. Adequate notice is important. It's the intent of the city to work with property owners and tenants to preserve existing buildings and housing. I've talked about in the past that these types of ordinances have been used at times to push people out of their homes, not in Flagstaff, but in this country. Folks who don't have as many resources. So things like property maintenance codes and urban renewal are tools that have displaced different lower income neighborhoods. So we want to avoid that, of course. That is not our intent at all. Here's a sample of some of the new definitions we're proposing. They're very simple. We hope they're clear. Again, hitting on 4 of the things that we heard quite a bit about: debris, garbage, litter, and trash. So very important topics. And then these are the actual standards. So the first set are for property itself, right? So for the land, not necessarily buildings. And so the first standard deals with having adequate capacity containers, trash cans, to handle the garbage on your property. The second one is about keeping your property free from the accumulation of litter, trash, debris, and garbage, the terms you just saw defined. It touches on inoperable equipment and vehicles and like appliances. So if you have a refrigerator or a stove out in your front yard, this would apply. We're asking that those things be stored outside of, not visible from public right-of-way, so you can't see it. We have a standard on hazards in general, so other types of hazards, and then unoccupied properties. If you're trying to keep people off of it, it needs to be posted as no trespassing so that the PD can then enforce that, the police. These are the standards for buildings and structures. So the first one deals with windows and doors shall be maintained. Where damaged windows or doors require repair or replacement, temporary security measures may be installed for no more than 30 days. So this is one of those key decision points, okay? Right now, it's indefinite. You can basically board up the windows and doors on your property. It's in our building code. You secure the property. That usually involves boarding them up, maybe putting a fence around it to keep people off the property. And you can just do that indefinitely. We've suggested a starting point of 30 days, which is very aggressive. This would be a huge change. One of the reasons I think we chose that is because there's a lot of resources, a lot of time and energy go into these properties where they're basically abandoned properties. And Reggie and his team are continually going back, having asked them to re-secure it, track down the owner. And so the idea is, what are tools that can bring these properties back to life? Probably what's more common is 180 days. And so I've shown you before kind of an off-the-shelf property maintenance code. In most of these and in previous versions of this, when we looked at this back in 2012, the standard was 180 days or 6 months. And so this is an area where we're really looking for direction. Do you want to keep it very tight and, 30 days, that's not very long? Or do you want to allow people to have their property boarded up for up to 6 months before they have to replace it with doors and windows? Or do you want to keep it to our current standard, which is essentially indefinitely? You just secure it. And so this is one of those big decision points that we'd like some input on. The next one, again, has language number 2, just about preventing deterioration in the appearance of abandonment. Again, unoccupied buildings shall be posted as no trespassing. It was important to the working group that we have some exemptions. So there's a section that says the city may suspend enforcement. We're thinking about some of the community-wide situations we've dealt with, fires and flooding. There's going to be situations where people are going to have things in their yard for longer than we normally would tolerate. And so some of the supporting chapters, the first one we're recommending revisions to is the chapter on littering. It's currently in Title VI, which are the police regulations. You saw this last time I presented. And so we're recommending moving that out of Title VI, putting it into Title VII, which is health and sanitation. And this is, again, rules that would apply to private property. We've really tried to narrow the definitions within that section. We've repealed what we believe are unnecessary sections, and then bringing the penalties consistent with other parts of our city code. I'm not going to go through the specific changes, but it's all in your packet tonight, and you saw this last time. This is a new one. So this is one we've worked on since I was here back in June. And so we have a current section in, again, Title VI, which is the police regulations. It's titled Abandoned Vehicles. The first change we're recommending is renaming it to inoperable vehicles. We've put in new definitions, and then we've essentially identified where inoperable vehicles may be stored on your property. There's a couple reasons we got rid of the abandoned vehicle. Some of it has to do with some of the language in state statute. Kevin Finsel was really helpful on this. And again, we're focusing on inoperable vehicles. And what we're requiring in the standard is that they be stored in basically secured storage, right? And so I believe it's in a driveway would be allowed with a car cover on it. In a garage is allowed, in a carport. And then in your yard as long as it's out of view from public right-of-way. So we're trying to be consistent with some of these standards for, like, if you had a refrigerator, it'd have to be out of view from right-of-way. And so inoperable vehicles, something that's not registered or something that doesn't, function, and again, we have a definition of that, would have to be in what we're calling secured storage. So this is a new section. Did I explain that well enough? I'm seeing some faces. I know it's been a long day. Does that make sense to you? Secured storage? And then this was the last chapter that we were going to work on. And at this point, we're not presenting any changes to this. So there's a section again in Chapter 6 on nuisances. And this really deals with the dangerous buildings. The idea was, let's look at what's in our building code and in our housing code, because there's also sections on dangerous buildings. And how do they work together? What I discovered kind of reviewing it and talking it over with the team is that the part that's in our city code I actually think is pretty good, the section on nuisances. I think it's a little dated in terms of the responsibilities. It talks about the city engineer and the fire chief doing an inspection and presenting a report on a property, and then the council can take action. I think I would recommend that we maybe look at what staff would be involved in this kind of request, because the roles have changed over the years. And then right now it can be initiated by a citizen. So 3 citizens or residents of Flagstaff can file a request that a property be reviewed and a report presented to council, or the council can initiate action. And I think it might be helpful to look at an amendment to maybe staff can initiate an action on this. So that's something, those are some changes I would recommend to our current nuisance. But rather than hold up where we are, I think we want to work on that and bring that back to you. But that's how I envision in this moving forward, is some changes to that existing chapter in the nuisance section. The part that's in the building code and the housing code, I was thinking that could maybe replace what's in our city code, but it's so technical and it's very necessary, right? It's dealing with these very specific building-related conditions. And so I think I don't want to repeal what's in 604 is the bottom line. I think we just need to work on it and make it a little more usable. And this is a really important one because this also deals with buildings that have essentially just been abandoned, right? And how do we take some action that requires the owner to do something to take care of the condition? And so at this time, I'm not recommending changes on those, but still in the works. And so last week, I kind of dovetailed with Tiffany's zoning code amendments. I participated in the open house last week, presented these property care standards. We're obviously at the work session tonight. Last time you'd asked that we go to a couple commissions, and so I'm doing that this week. Tomorrow, I'll be at the Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living. Thursday, I'll be at the Housing Commission with Tiffany. And then if you want to hear back from those two commissions, because we haven't been to them yet, I can come back to you on the 14th of November and just update you on what did we hear from those two commissions, if you'd like that. And then I'd like to dovetail again on the same schedule that Tiffany has. So we would adopt, we'd present you with the ordinance, and you'd do first reading on November 21, second reading on December 5th. And again, that would be to adopt these new property care standards, the amendments to littering and abandoned vehicles. So that's what's going to be in the ordinance as proposed right now. And so the input I was looking for on tonight was one, number one, the schedule. Do you like it? Are you comfortable with it? Or do you feel like we're ready to bring you an ordinance in November, December? Do you want me to come back on the 14th? It could be a pretty brief update as to the input we got. And then the third item was that language on boarding up a building. How long should we tolerate that condition? 30 days, 180 days, something else? I don't have something that has all three of those on there. Okay. This is the slide with probably the most substantive issue, which is this language in number 1 about temporary security measures. How long should we allow that condition? And then the other two are just about the schedule and coming back for your update on the 14th of November. And of course, any other input you want to provide tonight.
Councilmember Matthews?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to see a longer term than 30 days. I think that's difficult. We just had a window knocked out my property off 66, and we couldn't get the glass company to repair it. It took about 60 days, so maybe 90 days would be good. And then I would like to hear, especially from the, go to the slide of your schedule. The Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living, you know, they always bring such rich information in through their lens of what is challenging and what's not. When I was listening to some of the codes, I was thinking of that anyway. Someone who has mobility issues, someone who elderly, you know, I want to make sure that we're providing resources for them. Maybe they don't have the financial means to fix some of these. So I really do want to hear what perspective they bring to these. So I, for one, would like to just have a little mini update on November 14th. And it seems like there was one other thing, and I can't remember what it was, but that was the 90-day instead of the 30-day was important.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. I'll make mine brief. I do like the 90-day. I was in that mindset already. And I would like to hear from the commission an update on November 14th, and I like the schedule. but I would like to hear a quick update.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember House?
I'll be even more brief. Ditto.
All
On
right,
three.
I like that. I can keep
Vice
keeping
Mayor?
checks here.
Yeah, I wrote down 30 days no, 60 days yes, but 90 sounds it sounds totally reasonable. You had also asked one other thing about staff initiating ordinance check or.
So that would be for that nuisance section.
Yeah, nuisance section. I'm all in favor of that.
Okay.
Thank you for taking another look, getting under the hood here and taking an expert's look at all these things. These seem to be very worthwhile and useful updates.
So I'm going to take a comment from Councilmember McCarthy and then Councilmember Harris, and then I'm going to take public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to have a brief update after we go through the commissions. And I was going to say 60 days, but I probably could live with 90. I prefer 60, but we're in the ballpark. And then should staff be able to initiate actions like on nuisances? Absolutely. Thank you.
Councilmember Harris?
I was just going to say thank you very much. I know that there are some neighborhoods that are going to be really, really happy to see this ordinance or whatever. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, ditto for everything that everyone said.
Yeah, so I'll definitely be back on the 14th. I'll report back on what the input we got from the two commissions.
Super. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Anything else? All right, everyone, have a good evening. Thank you so much for your
Thank
attention.
you.
Yep.
All right. So
Did you have a public comment? I'm sorry.
I do. Yeah. Nadine Hart.
All right, I'm really excited. I waited 4 hours to get 3 minutes. So, I have been on my journey with my Section 8 voucher. Wait, housing choice. We have to refer to it as. Okay, started in May when my house was abruptly sold, and I was looking since then. Now, we just had people come in and talk about these amazing apartments for everybody, and 10% is going to be for lower income. I didn't hear anything about Section 8. I heard a lot of fair market, and in my hunt for housing, fair market with my current upped voucher to $3,000 for a 4-bedroom house, I would need to make $150,000 a year. It's my understanding, Mayor, that your new raise wouldn't even qualify you if you are a party of one to rent my house. $150,000 a year. That's disturbing to me that our own council members, our people that work in our government can't afford to live within city limits. And so with this voucher, this guaranteed money, I'm still struggling to find people to listen to me. In here, I have a small packet that the owner of the property could fill out. Automatically qualifies them as simple as a social security number or business number. The problem I'm having is property managers don't want to present it. They don't want to do the work. They say it's too hard. And then when I talk to owners, they're like, nobody ever told me about this. Why are we allowing that to happen within city limits? If you are renting properties and profiting, especially like 928 Executive Real Estate Company, Caldwell Banker, if you're profiting, don't you owe a voucher holder the respect to at least present this to the property owner in an educated way? There's only so many of us out there anyway, but the need is high. When I applied, there was maybe 180 people on the waiting list. There's almost 400. That's a lot of people. And going through what I went through, time's ticking. I was weeks away from homelessness this month. I had one chance. That's it. That is disgusting. There were a lot of properties I looked at, but not one of them would have given me the time of day because I have a voucher. The government pays my rent. I pay the third of my income. That's not okay to me at all. To be weeks away. Did I talk to Housing Solutions, which put me in the situation? I sure did. They had nothing for me. Catholic Charities had nothing for me. Nobody had any answers, including the Housing Authority. And I'm pretty tenacious. I rode my bike home and I came back here to get my 3 minutes after 4 hours of waiting. What about the next family who could be homeless by Thanksgiving? What are we going to do? There.
Thank you, Nadine. All right, moving down to item number 11. Oop. Where did I go? Sorry, just a second. Informational items 2 from Mayor, Council, and City Manager, future agenda item requests. I'm going to start with Vice Mayor.
Nothing.
Councilmember Harris.
Nothing.
Councilmember Matthews.
Thank you, Mayor. Refresh my memory. I think we put the Section 8 voucher on a fair item.
Yes.
So I just wanted to say that before Nadine left, that I introduced it as a fair request to discuss that. And so it should be coming up on a agenda discussion somewhere in the future. So.
Oh my gosh, awesome. Yeah. I'll be here.
All right, great. And besides that, we had, I think, Councilmember Sweet was there at the Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce fundraiser event. It was very nice. And I got to take pictures with ZZ Tops yesterday, Billy Gibbons and Elwood. So that was my highlight of the week. I just had to say it.
Councilmember House.
Nothing this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank a lot of you in the room and online for the support during my triathlon training. It was quite the day, probably one of the hardest days of my life. And as I sit here, I'm in pain, and I'm sorry I was kind of out of it tonight, but I was here, and I'm going to go home and crash, I hope. Thanks.
Councilmember McCarthy.
I'm sorry I laughed. She's going to go home and crash. She probably deserves that. I don't have anything tonight. Thank you.
Okay, I just have a couple of things. Next Tuesday is Halloween. There's a bunch of stuff going on downtown, and I encourage council members to wear a costume. I am having office hours Thursday evening, and if anyone is interested in coming and speaking to me, if you could shoot me an email, I will let you know where. And I want to remind the public that there is a charter amendment presentation and discussion tomorrow at 5:30 here at City Hall. So if you have any questions about the charter amendments on the ballot, make sure that you come to that. And on Monday evening at 5:30 is the Schultz Creek Pipeline West informational meeting. So plan on attending that as well. And that's all that I have. Nothing from, okay, we're adjourned.
That would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. a 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Senestech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And keeps our community beautiful by providing funds for our public spaces and public art.
Tourism is the management of all direct sales and marketing in an effort to engage, inspire, and motivate new and repeat travelers to the destination.
The tourism sector in Flagstaff depends on these efforts to keep demand high for the marketplace. Additionally, the tourism department manages the Amtrak train station and visitor center, where the employees encourage the visitor to extend their stay in Flagstaff and see and do more while they are here.
The tourism department works with a council-appointed 7-person commission made up of tourism industry professionals and other local stakeholders.
Vital to our economy and the well-being of our community are the efforts that the Economic Vitality Division at the City of Flagstaff do to attract, retain, and expand the business and visitor landscape in Flagstaff. This division works at inviting people to our premier destination in hopes they will extend their stay and return year after year. They also work vigorously at showing our potential business partners that we offer an environment any organization would be proud to say is their business home base. The Economic Vitality Division is future-focused and helps create a lifestyle in Flagstaff that can't be beat. Flagstaff is a STEAM city. BBB dollars support the education of our young people with science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. These efforts ensure the future viability of our future workforce, help attract higher paying industries to the area, and enhance the overall quality of life for your community. Beautification and public art is all about the enhancement of the quality of life for our citizens and the enjoyment of all, including our visitors. Flagstaff has some of the most pristine outdoor attractions in the country, and the BBB Fund supports our efforts to keep our public spaces beautiful. These efforts include art installations, landscaping, irrigation systems, beautification of buildings and streetscapes, and the purchasing of property to preserve and improve upon it. People. Programming, direct sales, and marketing are wonderful, but you have to have the talent to accomplish your goals. The BBB funding accounts for this and recognizes that these tax dollars also need to go to providing for full and part-time employees to manage and facilitate the dream. Flagstaff. A vibrant and thriving community with its eye on growing the economy and caring for its community. Like many communities around the country where there is one version or another of a tourism tax, Flagstaff's BBB tax is utilized to great benefit of the community through beautification of our public spaces, education of our young people, attraction, retention, and expansion of our businesses, job creation, library services, and marketing to our visitors to come and appreciate the people and the beauty of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, Arizona. It's not the Arizona you might envision. Located at 7,000 feet at the base of the San Francisco Peaks in northern Arizona, Flagstaff is a historic monument, a cozy little town full of life, cultural diversity, and friendly people, making Flagstaff, Arizona the perfect destination for your journey. Flagstaff's rich history as a railway and lumber community is still preserved in its restored downtown. Historic sites dating back to the early 1900s, like Reardon Mansion, are well preserved so that visitors can step into the past and witness what life was like in early Flagstaff. Explore America's Mountain Garden at the Arboretum, where the maze of high country plant and animal life goes on for miles, and you can get up close and friendly with Arizona's majestic birds of prey. Just down the road, the Museum of Northern Arizona offers a trip through time, from the dinosaurs of the Colorado Plateau to the very first inhabitants who brought with them a culture and tradition that shaped history. Travel beyond the Earth to the sky at Flagstaff's own Lowell Observatory. Founded by astronomer Percival Lowell, his team of researchers was the first to discover Pluto in 1930. The seasons in Flagstaff are some of the most beautiful in the country. From the refreshing summer monsoons to the turning of the leaves and the breathtaking colors of fall, it's like journeying into an enchanted world. The dreamlike mountain vistas of color and beauty are an inspiration to everyone who passes through here. Snow blankets the peaks in wintertime, drawing avid skiers and snowboarders to the Snow Bowl Lodge, where they gear up and ride the ski lift to the highest point in Arizona. Flagstaff is where adventure is every day, where the seasons are how we imagine them, and the people are who we want to meet, and where the freedom of the American West comes alive. Flagstaff is your destination for all seasons.
For those who are ready to take their next big step, those eager to push past their limits and develop new strengths, come to NAU. You'll find opportunity in every direction, and with an entire institution in your corner, you'll be ready to take on every bit of it. Choose NAU. Choose you.
Kick the dust off your back, don't look back. Give all the dollars you know a fake heart attack. 'Cause you were made for this. You can feel it inside your bones. You were made for this. And it's time you let the world know who you are, what you know. It's happening right now.
Flagstaff welcomes nearly 5 million overnight and day visitors every year. These 5 million guests make tourism the largest industry in the city of Flagstaff and is arguably the most important economic engine positively impacting the quality of life for Flagstaff citizens. In the 1980s, much like many other destinations did during this time or even earlier, the city of Flagstaff voted to impose a tax that would primarily burden the visitor in an effort to repurpose these monies to beautify the city, attract new businesses, and inspire additional visitation. In large part, a distinct benefit of the tax is that it is levied on goods and services frequently purchased by visitors. In the spirit of the tax and its intended use, it is vital that monies collected funnel back into supporting the development of a business and a tourist-friendly environment. 1988 was a monumental year for the country, state, and Flagstaff. 1988. The BBB tax was adopted by the voters for a 10-year period. A 2% levy on the gross sales of revenue generated from hotels, motels, campgrounds, bars, and restaurants, and is in addition to all other taxes. Here is what the allocation looked like at that time. 1996. BBB tax was renewed for a 15-year period and allocation changed. The tourism budget was cut 18.5%, as well as cuts were made to economic development and beautification, while Parks and Recreation was added as a newly funded BBB department, receiving the largest percentage of the collected tax monies. 2010. BBB tax was renewed a second time until the year 2028, without any change to the allocation. 2017 has seen record-setting metrics in average daily rates and occupancy for our hotels, strong retention of our cornerstone businesses such as Gore, Purina, and NAU, amazing innovation and entrepreneurship coming from the community such as publicly traded Senez Tech, Inc., not to mention proud stewardship of our parks and our arts and culture. In 2028, the current BBB tax will expire, so prior to this date, it will need to be voted on to continue this highly important and productive revenue stream for the residents of Flagstaff. So, BBB is collected as an additional 2% tax on the patrons of our hotels, bars, and restaurants, which support the effort to market the destination to travelers from all over the world. The tax also supports our effort to foster innovation and entrepreneurship in the marketplace. Supports the education of our young people in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math.